Douluo, my martial spirit is a system. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1 starts with 7 choices. Do you want the system or the grandpa? Anyway, there is no direct in. Douluo Continent, southwest of the Heaven Dao Empire, Fasno Province, Saint Soul Village. If you just listen to its name, then you will want to curse people and said in your heart, it's such an old routine, old plot, old dog licking, old tool man. Don't, we call it new wine in old bottles. How can we writers write the same thing? Just like the name of this village, Holy Soul, according to what the old village chief Jack once said, dating back to the time when the sky is old and the land is old, there was a strong man of the soul saint level in this village, which is the pride of everyone in the Holy Soul village. Moreover, according to the little stories handed down by this soul sage powerhouse, there are many outrageous stories, and it has been included in a major initiative of the Holy Soul village's early childhood education. The sky was slightly bright, and a faint yellow light in the distance lit up the horizon. On the hillside outside the Holy Soul village in the distance, 2 figures sat cross-legged on the rocks and exhaled slowly. The 2 thin figures were ended by the dim light gradually rising in the distance, and when they were pulled in, they seemed to be 2 teenagers. The boy on the left seems to have often been exposed to the warmth of the sun. His skin is a healthy wheat color, his short black hair looks very neat, and although his clothes are clean, they are also neat and tidy. Look at the boy on the right yawning sleepily. His whole body reveals a feeling of laziness. Compared with the boy next to him, his skin is very fair and his short hair, which is slightly tied up, is also very neat and patchy. The clothes are comfortable. Little Sansi, it's too boring for you to come here all day. Isn't it good to count sheep and chickens and stars at home with me? You told your uncle to exercise, but I feel that your exercise method is wrong. Looking at the sun can easily cause myopia eyes. It's easy to blur your vision. Why don't you learn blacksmithing from your uncle? Look at the fire I'm making right now. The boy on the right stretched a long waist and joked to the boy beside him. Brother G's words are wrong. My way of cultivation is naturally unique. Although Brother G is right, blacksmithing is indeed a good way of cultivation, but in my opinion, blacksmithing should be a way of making a living. If you want to make a living, you must first train yourself well. Body of Tang San smiled slightly, closed his eyes slightly. A faint purple light flashed past, and then looked at the Brother G. He said, Brother G. The full name is Fei, nicknamed by people in the village, Chicken Flying Egg. It seems to be a child adopted by his father when he was young. Although he is not his own, it feels closer than his own. And growing up together, Tang San's feelings towards Fei can be summed up in one word: breaking the jar. No matter what Fei was doing, the first thing Fei had to consider was whether he was tired, whether it would be of any benefit to him, and whether there would be any irreversible consequences if he did it. TSK. The third son knows how to make a living. Not bad, but you will regret it in the future because of your words. Fei raised one hand, then stood up directly and looked into the distance. You practice first. I'm going to pee, and then I'll go down and wait for you. It's quite cold on the high slope, and I'll have to cook when I get home later. Tang San smiled slightly, spread his hands and said, Brother G, you are wrong. It should be me who cooks, and you light the fire. In fact, I can do it by myself. Hey, you don't have to be polite, little man. I'll help you by blacksmithing irons and setting fires. Doesn't it seem formal? After all, the so-called food is the most important thing for the people. As he said that, Fei hummed an unknown song and walked towards the distance. Food is the paramount necessity of the people. Tang San kept muttering this sentence, then raised his head, took a deep look at Fei, who gradually disappeared from sight, and shook his head. Brother G is Brother G. I feel what he said was much more profound than what Elder Tang said before. Oh, I've suffered too. The hillside is so high. Alas, the young man is worthy of saying that the young man can go up and down the slope like walking on flat ground. Look at how hard I'm going down the slope. Fei, who was using both hands and feet, slowly came down from the hillside, and then his eyes stayed on Tang San, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone, and had entered the cultivation state, and shook his head helplessly. Bitter time traveling. They're all time travelers. Why do you feel that the gap is so big? I seem to be a gentleman who doesn't understand. Alas, apart from knowing a little about the plot of Douluo, I feel like I'm useless. If God gives me another chance to start over again, I will definitely reread the original book to understand the cause and effect of everything, and I will never climb mountains again. Fei walked slowly. The waves in his heart were extremely high, but to put it bluntly, it was all helplessness and tears, the pattering tears. Originally, in the new era of the 21st century, he should live in peace and stability with an air-conditioned wife and a roll of paper, but he had nothing to do, and insisted on climbing a mountain. Alas, now that I think about it, it was really an old birthday star who hanged himself, and then it seems to follow the bloody plot I undoubtedly stumbled, and fell off the cliff, and then came to such a ghost place. Fei, bah, 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 bah. Why don't I remember such a name in the original book? It doesn't seem to be even the most basic trick, right? Although he climbed up to Tang Heo by accident, but this line doesn't seem to be enough for me to control the situation in the entire Douluo Continent, right? Shouldn't I be given a system or the old man's time travel? I have been waiting for several years, and there are no ghosts. Fei also knows Tang San's identity, so let's follow Tang San to see if we can learn a thing or two from him. No matter how poor your internal strength is, you can give me a set. But the ideal is very full and the reality is very skinny. This young man's ability to keep secrets can be said to be flawless. Even Tang Heo doesn't know what tricks his own son has been up to all this time. I used to read the plots of those bloody novels. As long as I followed the protagonist crazily, I would definitely get some benefits. But now it seems that they are all pure nonsense dog licking. Fei said contemptuously. Aren't you going to be 6 years old? Are you going to awaken your martial soul? Damn, remember that little Sanzi has twin martial souls. I've been so unlucky that I won't be able to awaken some kind of hoe and axe in the end, right? Why not awaken a hammer? Inherit Tang Heo's craftsmanship. Looking for a relatively secluded place, after booing, Fei sat down under a big tree, and then quietly waited for Tang San's training to end. Usually Tang San's training is based on an hour, so said that he was not in a hurry to go back. Besides, at this time, Tang Heo probably slept better than anyone else. Perhaps this is the life the title Douluo should have, dull and tedious. From what Fei is doing right now, Tang San can be seen reflected by the dim light, and Fei feels more and more emotional. All this is too hasty. Tang San, the out and out son of the era, the future sea god Shura god, became a beauty in a rage. Lost for a moment, Fei also showed his helplessness. Could he be reduced to a foil for being nothing? Impossible. He is also a time traveler. How could he be reduced to a foil? This is absolutely impossible. Fei, can only be Fei who is above tens of millions. Forget about the dream. Let's talk about it after the awakening of the martial soul. Now I'd better burn the fire honestly. After the young man knows the Zhengxiang blacksmithing series, I may be able to learn Tang Heo's chaotic cloak hammer when I light the fire next to me. In fact, it wasn't that Fei didn't want to learn blacksmithing, but that ordinary blacksmithing techniques obviously didn't work for him, and Tang Heo, who had advanced hammering techniques like the chaotic cloak hammering technique, didn't seem to be able to teach him to an outsider, right? Although he grew up with Tang San, but speaking of which, he is not his own. The gap is still so big, so hot. Well, after all, it's just some small schemes. Even if I accidentally learned the wind and hammer method, so what? It's just paving the way for me to become a real blacksmith in the future. In the end, it's the martial arts that decides my fate. What kind of soul can be awakened? But it must not be some rubbish martial soul. My fate is already tragic enough. But I should also believe that there are no waste spirits, only waste soul masters. But it doesn't seem to make sense. If you awaken a sickle spirit, it's just rubbish. It doesn't have any real meaning at all. Could it be that you are holding a sickle as an attack type soul master? Wielding a sickle and charging into the battle? Or do you use a sickle as a control type soul master? Stand on the ring and say to your opponent, don't move or you will be cut as a leak. Defying's face became more and more gloomy as he thought about it. What kind of things are these stupid things? It's simply not life-threatening. Leaning under the big tree, Defy closed his eyes slightly, and there were many blue and silver grasses blowing and swaying his frail body in the slight breeze. Compared with the boring and comfortable title Douluo, Defy's life portrayal is chickens flying and eggs beating. But just for a moment. Ding dong, congratulations on being selected as the invincible golden finger of Douluo. Please also make a specific choice for the golden finger. Option 99, the soul blessing of Grandpa Goldfinger, the level extreme title Douluo who passed away from Douluo has all-round knowledge of soul master cultivation. Option, get a set of the system immediately, enjoy the salted fish life, and spend your life with iron. Option, awaken the selection system, and obtain corresponding rewards according to your own choice. Option, awaken the judgment system, and get the corresponding rewards according to your own judgment. Option, awakening the summoning system, the host obtains the opportunity to summon tasks through hard work. Option, obtain a special martial soul. Through your own efforts, you can get rid of the title of salted fish and realize the beautiful dream of truly awakening and controlling the world. Option, you voluntarily give up the golden finger and choose to be a noble person. Looking at the 7 red options gathered in front of his eyes, Defy's expression suddenly became agitated, and his flushed little face seemed to want to shout, my fate is up to me. 7 choices. 7 choices. They all looked awesome, except for the 7th one, of course. What is the use of Kingeo in this world? Can it be eaten as a meal? Can you help me accomplish my life goals? Good skin. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 I-039 am really screwed. A whole 7 lines of characters. A total of 7 options. Defy's face was flushed red, and he clenched his fists tightly. His breath couldn't help but become a lot heavier. God will not abandon me. What? System Dad is here. Defy looked at the 7 options and soon began to ponder. These 7 options seemed to have advantages and disadvantages, and he needed to think carefully. A set of random systems? Defy quickly shook his head and removed this option. There is no other reason. This option is too unreliable. In that instant, some inexplicable words kept popping up in Defy's mind. Self-explosion system. Ding dong. The system will ascend to the sky and self-explode together with the host in 5 seconds. Eating Ali system. Ding dong. The host needs to eat Ali every day, or he will explode himself to death. Useless system. Thinking of these, Defy couldn't help but make his body tremble. These things are too weird. I'd better not touch them. Otherwise, if I really get something that kills my own type of existence, wouldn't I cry? Place to cry. A 99 level titled Douluo grandfather to bless you? Just the same as before. Defy flatly erased this option. This old man's uncertainty is too great. What if this ghost thing gets him a sinister spirit? If you take yourself away, you will be extremely sad, and it is still the kind of sad reminder that cannot be explained without reason. And judging from Defy's own experience of reading poetry and books, the grandfather is too much trouble. What if he waits for him to grow up in the future and let him reshape his physical body? And this is the Douluo Continent. This is where Wuhan is the cornerstone. There is no poisonous chicken soup here that, as long as you work hard, you will be able to succeed. What is the most basic of a person? There is no doubt that it must be Wuhan. If you can't awaken a very powerful martial soul yourself, so what if all the title Douluo from all over the continent come to be your master? A hoe remains a hoe, and a sickle remains a sickle. What 30 years in Hedon and 30 years in Hexy did not bully young people into poverty. It's all bullshit. The version Defy knew should look like this. 30 years later, Hedon is still Hedon, Hexy is still Hexy, and he is still that lofty genius, but you have always been just an extremely humble waste material. Choose the system. There seems to be something. The uncertainty is also great. Judgment system. There seems to be something. The uncertainty factor is also very large. Summoning system. It seems that there is nothing. I want to pursue a higher realm and naturally need the blessing of my own martial soul. Even if you summon the god of creation for me, it is useless. I don't live long by myself, so why should I choose you? Although Fei is not considered to be a scheming man, he also knows that only if he lives a long time can he enjoy it for a long time. The system has too many uncertainties. If there is a system that can directly give Fei a long and boundless lifespan, Fei will choose this option without the slightest hesitation. Unfortunately, there is no. Then next, awaken a special martial soul. Achieve your life goals through your own efforts. Soon, Fei began to analyze the pros and cons. Except for the chance of myself dying early on the road of cultivation, how much chance do I have of becoming a titled Douluo? Although I have already climbed to Tang San's level, obviously I'm not a woman, and cannot be attached to by the side of little Sanzi, so I still need my own efforts, and I, Fei, don't have any slavishness. Since I crossed that, I can naturally walk out of my own way to reach the sky. And when Fei was still hesitating which one he should choose among the 7 choices, Tang San had already completed his training, and crossed 2 or 3 vigorous steps, and climbed down from the hillside in an instant. Compared to Fei's clumsy movements, Tang San is completely at a level that seems natural. Tang San looked around, as if he was looking for Fei's trace. While walking he still did not forget to run his own Zuanshan Kung Fu. Brother G. Looking at Fei who seemed to be stupefied standing under the big tree in the distance, Tang San yelled loudly. Seeing that Fei didn't answer him, Tang San smiled slightly, thinking of coming over to scare himself. Brother G. Slowly, the ghost shadow fan under his feet spread out, and soon drew several after images, and flew to Fei's side. What should I choose? It's so confusing. Why can't there be a perfect solution? I used to yearn for having a golden finger, but now that the golden finger is right in front of me, I'm struggling again. Inadvertently touched by his mind, Fei slowly raised his hand, and began to compare from top to bottom. Option, skip. Option, skip. Option, skip. Option, skip. In fact, the fingertips hesitated for a while. Option, skip. Brother G. Tang San slapped Fei from behind, not too hard, but such a sudden shock directly shocked Fei. Boom. Ding dong. Congratulations on choosing option 6 to obtain special martial soul blessings. The choice will be revealed when the martial soul is awakened. I hope you can get rid of the name of salted fish through your own efforts. I will go. What just happened? My hand seems to have clicked on something very important. What is the 6th option? Fei was stunned. Fei was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, my mind felt blank, and my body trembled uncontrollably. My wriggling lips seemed to want to say some obscenities. He looked at the 7 options that were gradually disappearing in his mind, and the tears that he really wanted to cry had gathered in his eyes and seemed to be spinning non-stop. Then he looked at Tang San standing beside him and suddenly felt melancholy in his heart, and then he seemed to be comforting himself constantly that he was indeed a powerful faction in the end. Seeing Fei's situation, Tang San seemed to have something wrong. Why did he feel a hostility spreading? He looked at Fei with some doubts, and suddenly saw Fei jumping up on the spot, then stretched out his hand, and urged towards him fiercely. Tang San seemed to see that something was wrong, so he dodged quickly and very sharply, and then he looked at Fei again. Fei's palm made a rustling sound in the air. It can be seen that the strength just now was definitely not small, and suddenly realized that Tang San was so keen to dodge. Fei then retracted his hand, and smiled awkwardly. He smiled, and patted his head. Little Sanzi, you react very quickly. I originally wanted to see the results of your cultivation, but I didn't expect you to be so agile. Yes, you have the potential to be a blacksmith in the future. Damn it, my choice, you damn little third son. If it weren't for my lack of means, I really want to kill you. Tang San was a little helpless. Brother G, why do you always put blacksmithing on your mouth like your father? But it's just blacksmithing. What else can you do? Okay, you still don't understand this. You'll know in 2 days. Fei turned around very depressed and shook his hands. Let's go home. Yes, I read that right. Fei turned around so indifferently, and he kept nodding his head, and the squirming corners of his mouth gradually calmed down. Well, maybe this is all fate. It's all fate. I was born with a powerful life. What kind of system? What, old man? They are all heretics. Yes, they are all heretics. I, Fei, must rely on my own strength. Even if I, Fei, starved to death in Douluo and was beaten to death, I wouldn't like the word system. Don't ask. Asking is rubbish. I, Fei, said it. Little Sanzi, don't think that you can be awesome just because you have some unique skills. I, Fei, am a highly educated person in modern times. Although I don't have many methods. Hehe, sooner or later you will die for scaring me today. You paid the price. Blue silver grass boy. Tang San looked at Fei's back. Why did he suddenly feel that his brother G was a little lonely? Maybe it's an illusion. Tang San murmured to himself and then followed Fei's pace ahead. The breeze was blowing slightly from all around, and the forest was mixed with the fragrance of wildflowers. Fei was in a bad mood, staring at the blue silver grass all over the mountains and plains in the distance. While walking, Fei was still mumbling. Tang San, you give me back my system. You give me back my plan to rise. You give back my grandfather's blessing. You give me back my noble character. The last thing I want to rely on is my own strength. And Fei suddenly thought of some things after awakening his martial soul. He absolutely can't stay in this novice village for the rest of his life, right? This is for sure. But what can I do to get ahead? There is no system reward blessing. Then it proves that Fei really has to rely on his own efforts to fight hard. But it doesn't matter. The uncertain factors of the system are too big, and the people who wrote the system text in the previous life were all made up. How can there be such a perverted system? It's just that I want to satisfy the desire in my heart. Alas, how can the real Douluo be so simple? What long ocean is nothing more than refined steel? What is unparalleled in the world is nothing but self-determination. What kind of gold finger? You have never used it yourself. That thing is very restrictive. Anyone with a brain knows it. Fei calmed down his mood fiercely. Although he missed a lot of novel things, he was not without gains. At least he chose a normal path to become stronger. Awakening a special martial soul. What will this special martial soul look like? According to the current time, it seems that the toolman named Suyunteo will come to the Holy Soul village soon, right? At that time, everything will naturally be decided. Fei turned around again and looked at the pensive Tang San, sighed helplessly again, and finally muttered something. A sin. It's really a living crime. Woo woo. The new book issue is updated twice a day and each update is words as a base. More votes and favorites will add more. Your support is the driving force for my COD hordes. Dry down. Come on carrot. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Tang San. 039. Zhengxiang theorem. Brother G, your fire is a bit too high, and this pot of rice will be burned by you. Tang San stood on a bench, held the spoon tightly in his hand, and looked at the bubbling rice. The viscous rice soup boiled water had bottomed out. Faint traces of yellow color seeped out from the edge. Forehead. At this time, Fei realized that he had been pulling the bellows and frantically adding firewood to it, as if he was cooking, as if he was making iron for Tang Heo. In fact, the big reason is that old Fei imagined in his mind at this moment is that he faced the choice of the 7 rises and finally chose such a choice by mistake. The speed of pulling the bellows slowed down. Fei delicately controlled the temperature of the fire, and the originally blazing flames returned to a mediocre level in just a few moments. Tang San also heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the bubbling and steaming water vapor had diminished. He usually wouldn't make such a thrilling cooking. If such a pot of rice was mushy, then he wouldn't care about it even on weekdays. Dad shouldn't be happy too, right? But Brother G's ability to control the heat is really amazing. Little Sanzi, don't you put too little rice? I think I can count it. If you put more ice, there would be no such thing as boiled rice. Fei stretched his neck and looked at the rice soup that was as thin as clear water in the iron pot with several holes missing, and shook his head helplessly. On weekdays, if Tang San didn't cook, the two of them would definitely starve. Whether Tang Heo was cooking or blacksmithing, he could do whatever he wanted, and he could do it whenever he wanted. Brother G doesn't have a lot of rice at home, We still need to save some food. It's good if we don't starve so much. It's not good to have too much extravagance. Tang San turned over with one hand and picked up the bowl on the stove and started serve rice. Soon 3 bowls of steaming rice exuding a thin rice fragrance were served, and then Tang San and Fei put the rice on the table. What a long body. Look at this frail body. I can't even imagine what Tang San looked like when he was forging iron. Fei shook his head helplessly. Not only Tang San, it can be said that both of them are growing up now. Eating this little food every day is obviously not enough to supplement the nutrients the body needs every day. But it seems that there is no other way. The Holy Soul Village is a village mainly based on agriculture. Generally, if a family can often eat vegetables, it is considered good enough to evaluate the level of a happy family. So you can't force too much. Dad has eaten. As usual, Tang San shouted softly towards the inner door of the room. Ah. Then I only heard a deep and hoarse voice coming from the room, as if there was a special feeling of weakness on the surface, but depression inside after a while. Both Tang San and Fei had been sitting at the table for a long time, but neither of them moved their chopsticks, but were waiting for Tang Heo to come out. The door curtain was lifted, and a tall and burly figure walked out slowly. His footsteps were slightly disordered, as if he was drunk. There is no doubt that this is Tang Heo. Looking about in his 40s, Fei's eyes fell on Tang Heo again. Although they had been together for a long time, Fei also knew something about Tang Heo, and probably knew the reason why he was so decadent. The first time I saw Tang Heo like this, I sighed helplessly. There are several messy branches on the fluffy and disheveled hair. The tall body is covered with dry skin, and the lifeless eyes convey a sense of decadence, and the patched robe is far away. They all seem to be able to smell a very special smell, which seems to be a very strong alcohol smell. Yes, it can be smelled from a long distance. Tang Heo rubbed his sleepy eyes, looked at Tang San and Fei who were already sitting at the table, and didn't say much. Eat. Tang Heo sat there and gave a sigh, then picked up the bowl and drank it in big gulps. The steaming heat was scattered. Fei didn't dare to drink it now. It was a bit hot after all, but Tang Heo didn't seem to be afraid of the heat at all. He ate a bowl of rice quickly, one after another. Dad, just drink it slowly. There is still in the pot. Brother G and I put a little too much water today, but the taste and texture should not be affected too much. Besides, Brother G made a good fire. Cooking rice seems to be a bit overkill. Tang Heo glanced at Tang San and Fei inadvertently, but didn't say anything, then continued to drink the rice in the bowl with his head down. This is too decadent. Why do you feel more decadent than usual? Could it be because you know that the third son is about to awaken his martial soul? Fei picked up the bowl and took a sip of it. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, "It's still my method of forging iron and burning fire to cook delicious food. But the proportion of water added by Zhao Sanzi is also very good. There is some progress. Soon, the wind swept away. Tang Heo drank 7 or 8 bowls in a hurry, then put down the bowl and wiped the corner of his mouth casually with his big hand, stood up and took a look at Tang San and Fei. If someone comes to repair the equipment in a while, you can do it first. I will do it with Fei in the afternoon, and I will go to sleep for a while." Tang San and Fei also nodded. After all, this was something they both took for granted. On weekdays, the two of them actually seemed very restrained in front of Tang Heo. As for the reason, Fei couldn't figure it out. Maybe Tang San was a little silly and sweet. It's not easy to say anything yourself, right? After Tang Heo finished his instructions, he turned around and walked towards the inner room with a lazy look. Dad. Suddenly, Tang San stopped Tang Heo who had stretched out his hand to lift the curtain. Fei was a little puzzled, but then he was relieved, and his heart suddenly became clear. As expected, the timelines are all aligned. As Fei expected, Tang Heo turned around unhurriedly. The trace of impatience between his brows was not like the way a father treats his own son. Tang San was obviously a little cautious, but then he pointed to a piece of black iron next to the blacksmithing stove near the door, and said to Tang Heo, "Can this piece of iron, Dad, be used for me? Want to strike iron? Hey, this is actually a piece of iron that contains iron essence. What's the matter, boy? Fei chooses to burn fire. Are you going to forge iron and become a blacksmith?" Tang Heo's eyes moved slightly and soon fell on Tang San. Tang San also nodded quickly. This was not only something he had considered, the most important thing was that he had to create some hidden weapons. In his opinion, the profession of blacksmith is definitely the best cover for making hidden weapons. Father, you are getting old. Although Brother G will burn the fire for you to share some of the workload, it is still very tiring. After a few years, I will be able to learn to make some farm tools when I grow up. In that case, G and I brother just happens to be able to take care of the house together, so dad, you can rest. Then he doesn't happen to drink every day. His body collapses faster. Ji Fei muttered. Tang Heo looked at Tang San and Ji Fei and seemed to think of something in a trance. Is it burning fire? Did the young man also choose the road of blacksmithing now? But the blacksmith is also quite good, but Ji Fei seems to have some ideas. In a daze, Ji Fei felt a strange feeling released from his body. It was a very subtle feeling, as if someone was spying on him. Soon Ji Fei concluded that Tang Heo had definitely noticed his cleverness, but he wasn't afraid of anything. So why don't you also teach me how to forge? Tang San can be really fragrant casually, but obviously it is impossible for him. The chaotic cloaking windhammer technique is a good technique to hone his own soul power and his own physical body, and it is even more absolute when blessed with the unique Wuhan Clear Sky Hammer, an extremely powerful existence. Ji Fei believes that, even if his awakened Wuhan is some kind of strange existence, as long as he can learn a couple of chaotic windhammer techniques, he will definitely be able to accumulate a lot of immeasurable capital for himself. Uncle Tang. Ji Fei felt that his chance had come, so he called Tang Heo. What's wrong with Xiao Fizi? Tang Heo actually pulled out a bench from the side, then calmly got down first, and casually took the piece of iron that Tang San just pointed to in his hand, and started playing with it. Tang San also looked at Ji Fei with some doubts. Obviously he didn't know what Ji Fei was thinking. Ji Fei was a little panicked, and then looked at Tang San affectionately and solemnly, and then turned his attention to Tang Heo. Uncle Tang, I also want to learn how to forge iron with you. Oh. Why do you want to learn blacksmithing too? Isn't it good to make a fire? Tang Heo looked at Ji Fei with a slight smile and some interest. Ji Fei concluded that Tang Heo definitely discovered his own cleverness. Actually, I've always wanted to learn blacksmithing skills from Uncle Tang, but due to some reasons, I didn't dare to tell you, Uncle Tang. I just wanted to start with some small things. But the third son is right, Uncle Tang. You are old. I can't burn the fire for a lifetime, let alone let the third son continue to forge irons, which is really troublesome. I feel sorry for it, so I also want to take advantage of you to teach the third son. By the way, I can also learn a song or two, and when the time comes, I and the third son can take turns blacksmithing, and no one else will say that you prefer to let the third son do the hard work of blacksmithing. After finishing speaking, Ji Fei felt that the last sentence he said was superfluous and even stretched his image, but he had no choice but to say the words, and he could only wait and see what happened. Tang Heo's expression was a little cold and stiff. His gaze was fixed on Ji Fei, and Ji Fei's gaze was also very firm without any feeling of guilt. This time, on the contrary, Tang San on the side can't understand what the current situation is like. In his previous life, he lived in the Tang Sect since he was born, and he didn't even have a life in this world. He just didn't learn much at all, and he is not yet 6 years old. The current situation seems a bit embarrassing. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Divine Fire and Divine Weapons complement each other. 4 Character Chapter 4 Collection. Ha 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 ha. Tang Heo's sudden laughter made Ji Fei, who was getting more and more nervous, suddenly tremble, and slowly let out a mouthful of stagnant air. And Tang San on the side was obviously a little dazed. He didn't seem to see his father laughing so heartily since he could remember. Right, but what's going on now? Okay, what Xiao Fizi said is right. If I always set you on fire, some people may say that I'm partial. Tang Heo looked straight. Then I want to ask you 2 questions. What do you think is the best blacksmith? Best blacksmith? Tang San thought for a while, seemed to have thought of how to answer Tang Heo's question, and then said slowly, Father, I feel that a blacksmith who can forge artifacts is the best blacksmith. Hearing this, Tang Heo pondered for a moment and nodded first, then shook his head. His eyes showed no expression of satisfaction or dissatisfaction, and then looked at Ji-Fei. What do you say is the most important thing? Good blacksmith. The best blacksmith? Ji-Fei naturally knew what Tang Heo's words meant, but obviously he didn't want to say any bold words, as long as he acted ordinary. A blacksmith with a good fire, and the blacksmith who can forge the most powerful artifact in the whole continent, as Zio-Sanzi said, is the best blacksmith. I remember, Uncle Tang, you once told me that no matter what kind of blacksmith a blacksmith is, he must first be able to control the heat of the forged utensils. But this time Tang Heo nodded, slightly satisfied when he heard Ji-Fei's answer, but then shook his head. This made Tang San and Ji-Fei feel a little at a loss. You two are right, but not comprehensive. Flipping the iron block in his hand back and forth, Tang Heo then asked slowly, then what kind of material should the artifact be made of in your opinion? Or what kind of fire do you need? Naturally, the best and top-notch materials are used. All fire will do. Tang San glanced at Ji-Fei somewhat at a loss. Shouldn't Brother Ji be the strongest flame? How could Fan Huo forge a divine weapon? Ji-Fei was slightly lost in thought, and sighed in his heart. Perhaps this was Tang San's disposition. All pursuits are the ultimate, all pursuits are perverse. As long as they can achieve their goals and improve themselves, they can give up. Well, Zio-Fei is right. Tang Heo smiled slightly, and then looked at Tang San. Little San, you have to remember that, if you use the best materials for blacksmithing, no matter whether it is fire or materials, even if you are just a beginner, you can forge the magic weapon that everyone dreams of. That kind of blacksmith is nothing more than a layman, even if he breaks the sky, and a blacksmith who forges divine weapons with ordinary fire and ordinary materials, as Zio-Fei said, can be worthy of the title of master craftsman. Can Fan Huo Fan Ke forge divine weapons? Tang San also seemed to feel that he had learned a lot of knowledge that he had never understood before, and looked at Ji-Fei even more unexpectedly. He didn't expect Brother Ji to know so much, as expected of a hot man who has been burning with his father for so long. Little San, you have to know that Liu Yao knows that Ma Li sees people's hearts and irons for a long time. It's like I'm burning a fire next to Uncle Tang. How many hours do you burn with a warm fire, and how many hours with a raging fire? Every hour produces a different effect. Ji-Fei smiled slightly and looked at Tang San. Although he wanted to talk about Shen Huo, he suddenly realized that he was not Tang San's character who pursued perfection. All he could predict was just those 8 words. Let it go naturally, no without fear. Okay. Liu Yao knows a horsepower, and it takes time to see people's hearts. Zio-Fei's words are good. Tang Heo clapped his hands and looked at Ji-Fei with more and more admiration. Uncle Tang praised it. I just learned some trivial truths after staying with Uncle Tang for a long time. It is precisely because of this that I feel more and more that blacksmithing is also a knowledge and a life. Well, not bad. Tang Heo glanced around with some flickering eyes and finally fixed on a centimeters iron block on the blacksmith's platform in the distance and another iron block of about the same size next to him, and said slowly, since the two of you, if you all want to learn forging, then you have to take a look at your own comprehension. Zio-San first forged this iron block with a hammer 10,000 times. Zio-Fei first lit a fire for Zio-San. Zio-San, you also have to learn Zio-Fei's method of lighting fire and how to control the fire. Then you can take turns to come. Zio-Fei naturally needs to forge times first, and at the same time you have to teach Zio-San how to control fire. Teach Zio-San how to control fire? In fact, Ji-Fei wanted to reject it. He really couldn't teach someone like Tang San who pursued perfection. He only knew how to control fire so little. How could he teach others? Man, and it's still Tang San. But now there is no reason to refuse. If he wants to study along the way, he must first pass the test Tang Heo gave them. Moreover, it is impossible for beginners like them to forge iron and control fire at the same time. I'm afraid that the original work does not touch this point. After all, they are not senior blacksmiths like Tang Heo, so he and Tang San are needed. Individuals help each other for a while, and then learn from each other's strengths. But in Tang San's eyes, what Tang Heo gave them was iron with many impurities. I'm afraid even he would need to waste a lot of effort to make it. But these don't matter. I will definitely be able to make it to the most perfect to complete my father's test. Can I fall behind brother G? If you want to regret it now, it's okay. In fact, it's okay for the two of you to keep cooking. Tang Heo yawned, then slowly stood up. It seemed that he was going to go back to sleep and sleep in the cage. Of course I won't regret it. Dad, I would like to try. Both Tang San and Ji Fei expressed their determination to learn blacksmithing in a firm tone. This time Tang Heo really looked at the two boys in surprise and then said calmly, but even if you learn to blacksmith, don't forget to cook. This is natural. Definitely. HMPH, if the two of us didn't cook, we would have starved to death long ago. Okay, you two can solve it by yourself. After speaking, Tang Heo turned around and went into the inner room to sleep. Now only Tang San and Ji Fei were left, and the two looked at each other, as if their minds were empty for a moment. Ji Fei suppressed the joy in his heart. Isn't this the goal he has always wanted to achieve? Ha 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 ha. This time it finally succeeded. I really want to know that. If it is so simple, I will not burn for such a long time. Thinking about it again, Ji Fei seemed to have denied his strange idea that suddenly came to him. This cannot be said in the same way. If he hadn't devoted himself to burning the fire, he wouldn't have given his answer today, right? Anyway, there is such a great connection between the two. Try to learn how to forge iron before awakening your martial soul, and then you will definitely be able to learn the chaotic wind hammer method. That is enough to hone your physical body. Thinking of this, Ji Fei clenched his fists tightly and couldn't help but throbbed in his heart. Let's go. At the beginning, we need to control the fire and fire the iron for a period of time. During this time, the two of us can make it together. It is not very necessary to control the fire. Only when it is about to take shape can we really control its heat. Ji Fei and Tang San picked up the iron block on the blacksmith's table and put it into the deep groove. The dark mark inside seemed to tell its past. Tang San also nodded, although he had never made or burned before, but he often watched the cooperation between his father and Ji Fei from the sidelines, and he could see a lot of things. After all, relying on his own wisdom, he can naturally ponder many things. Boom. Under Ji Fei's guidance, Tang San successfully learned the first step of controlling fire. Yunwen Iron Furnace. Ji Fei was also very surprised that he is indeed a character at the level of a real protagonist. This ability to understand by analogy makes him feel ashamed. He couldn't help feeling that it's fortunate that he learned it early. Otherwise, if Tang San learned it early, then what's the matter with him? Putting the iron block in, Ji Fei slightly recalled Tang Heo's technique when forging the iron. He didn't intend to learn it deliberately, but just thought about how he held the hammer and how to stand in order to be able to conform to the best mechanics. Save effort. After all, I'm not a freak. There are many restrictions on the age of less than 6 years old. Brother G, what is your posture? Tang San saw that Ji Fei's legs were stretched apart. One foot was ahead of the other, and he was standing on the small platform, but holding the hammer in his hand was also a bit weird, a bit novel and a bit at a loss. Ahem. This is a professional way of blacksmithing. Although it is different from Uncle Tang's, it suits me. You should also find a more comfortable posture for iron smithing. Ji Fei is very satisfied. He feels that his overall strength is now the power can be extremely dispersed, and it can save a lot of effort. After all, if you can't get enough to eat, how dare you put all your energy on it? Although we study very seriously, we have to combine the actual situation, right? That's the way it is, but I feel that Dad's posture suits me very well. Tang San picked up the hammer on the side, which was much taller than him, and he just picked it up, which scared Ji Fei all of a sudden. Isn't the strength too great? Then Ji Fei looked at the hammer in his hand, which was only as long as his wrist, and threw it aside in embarrassment, and then dragged over a hammer that was similar to what Tang San thought. It's really heavy, but it's okay. But do you really have to swing such a hammer 10,000 times? It seems a bit perverted. Ji Fei looked at the crackling red iron and looked at Tang San, who had raised his hammer and started beating continuously, subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his expression was also slightly nervous. Isn't this too inhuman? Why do I feel that the gap between me and Zio Sanzi is as high as the sky? It seems to be Zuanshan Kung Fu? Zuanayu hand? Sure enough. Ji-Fei looked at Tang San's hammer wielding hand with a slight halo and instantly knew what was going on. Damn. What is this? Even if my Ji-Fei's hand is broken and the flesh is rotten today, I will finish all these 10,000 blows. Only by suffering can I become a master. Ji-Fei let out a loud shout, then raised the hammer in his hand and began to strike hard. Dang dang dang. And Tang San on the side was also shocked by Ji-Fei's words. Seeing the figure of Ji-Fei lifting the hammer, Tang San felt an invisible aura of dominance constantly flowing. Why can I lift such a heavy hammer and swing it so coherently and smoothly? That is naturally the reason for practicing Zuanshan Kung Fu. Although he himself knows that the power of Zuanshan Kung Fu has not yet broken through to the first level, he can almost have the power of an adult, but he can't understand why brother Ji do you also have such power. Is it the only way to become a master if you eat bitterness? Tang Heo in the inner room opened his eyes, listened to the two different and uncoordinated iron strikes with his ears clearly and smiled slightly. Strength is really a test, but it's not that simple to hit. Just like this day by day, Ji-Fei and Tang San started the devil's way of forging iron. After a while, Ji-Fei burned the fire to control the heat and then continued to beat. Tang San tried to keep beating Ji-Fei, but he just had to pay attention to Tang San's fire control technique. And the most friendly one these days is probably when Tang San, Tang Heo and Ji-Fei were forging together on the blacksmith's platform, right? But Tang Heo didn't care about Ji-Fei and Tang San. He completely relied on them. After Tang Heo forged the farm tools, he would go buy some wine and go back to his room to sleep. Great sleep. Ji-Fei may be the hardest one, but after 4 or 5 days, he felt that his hands were no longer his own, and his wounds were cracked, revealing a layer of white flesh. The extremely painful feeling made Ji-Fei want to give up for a while, but in the end he made him this kind of thought was severely curbed and strangled to death at the moment of germination. Still say that in his own words. The only way to become a master is to endure hardships. Since I chose to awaken a special martial soul, to reach the peak of the Douluo Continent through my own efforts, then I need to bear all the hardships. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 I succeeded, because I had better perseverance. When. Ji-Fei held the hammer tightly, and after a period of constant tempering, he suddenly found that the scabs on his hands had miraculously returned to their original appearance. If he hadn't looked at the iron he was beating getting smaller day by day, he really thought that what he experienced before was just a dream. But this is definitely not a dream. It's what's actually happening right in front of you. And after these few days of forging, Ji-Fei seemed to have activated the gene for blacksmithing, and it became more and more smooth. Okay. I don't know when Tang Heo's figure was standing beside Tang San and Ji-Fei. His eyes were a little surprised as he stared at Ji-Fei's movement of raising the hammer, and dropping the hammer, and hitting the iron block with the hammer. Suddenly there was a trace of astonishment. Is this the random cloaking wind hammer method? No, this is not familiar with the random cloaking wind hammer method. The random cloaking wind hammer method is an extreme control of one's own power and a more profound touch of power. The most obvious is to use force to strike. Obviously this is what Zhao Fei is using now. Compared to Zhao Shan's straightforward description of Zhao Fei, he is very smart, but it still seems a little weird. Also, this posture seems a bit weird. It seems that the power that can penetrate the whole body stands firmly on the spot, and it seems to form a bow and arrow between the lifting of the hammer and the falling of the hammer. It can save a lot of strength, and then add the force of the wind hammer method similar to the wind hammer method. This method is completely using blacksmithing as a pastime, but it can still achieve the original target of hits. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became, and even at such a moment Tang Heo felt ashamed. As the titled Douluo Absolute Master Craftsman, his strength and forging methods are almost equal to Tang San's current situation. As for the reason, it is also very simple, that is, the use of the random cloaking wind hammer method. The special method of the random cloaking wind hammer method can make the power released by oneself when forging iron be equal to the force of the hammer falling on the iron block. The most terrifying existence is the fusion between the forgings and the formation of multiple types of feedback to the forgings again. But now Ji-Fei seems to find another way. to reduce the strength he needs by more than half through his own method, but he can still achieve the set goal. There is another point that Tang Heo is also very difficult to understand. At this moment, Tang Heo also started to think endlessly. After several days of tempering, how could he have some special scratches and soreness on his body, right? This is what makes him feel strange. Tang San seems to be fine every day, and his moist jade hands are completely like a little girl's house. And it only took Fei a day or two to recover from the original minced meat, which is simply unrealistic. How could a child under the age of 6 have such a miraculous recovery ability? If you know that ordinary people must at least possess the soul power they use before they can achieve the situation of enhancing their own resilience. But what happened to Xiao Fei? In Tang Heo's opinion, he should be thick-skinned towards my son, so there is no special situation at hand. But what puzzles him the most is undoubtedly Fei's strong recovery ability. Cool. It feels like this piece of iron has almost reached the level I expected after my unremitting efforts to forge it. Fei looked at the ever-shrinking iron block in the forging furnace and showed a smile. He now felt that his whole body was filled with immense power, and the release of this power was continuous, as if the power of life can be drawn from the earth all the time. Blacksmithing is definitely a physical activity, and it also needs to hone one's patience. This is very incomprehensible, but from the aspects of exercising oneself, blacksmithing is indeed the best choice. Now Fei is more and more looking forward to learning the so-called random cloak wind hammer method, but now it is just a matter of thinking about it. Although Tang Heo taught him how to forge iron, the random cloak wind hammer method may not be so good acquired. Looking at Tang San beside him, Fei sighed deeply again. Sure enough, through acquired training, the strength of such a weak little Sanzi is many times greater than his own, and he is only able to pass through his own strength. The knowledge of mechanics is reducing the power consumed by him. As for the self-healing of the injuries in his hands, Fei just feels that his physique is better and there is nothing special about it. Now I can almost hit 500 hammers in one go, and this kind of continuous work consumes only half and a half of my strength, so it means that my own limit should be 700 or 800. Now my little third son has almost 500 blows, so I can firmly suppress it around these 500 blows. After all, I still have my own considerations. These things can only be carefully considered after the awakening of the martial soul. Now I still have a lot of things to think about. If you want to ask Fei what he cares about, it's very simple, because the more he recalls some special things, the more he feels that this Douluo Continent will definitely not be so simple. I just want Gao to be by Tang San's side and wait for Tang San to become a god when he is in his 20s. But now that I think about it, it's not right. It's very wrong. There are too many interests and losses in it, and if I think about it from another angle, my intervention will definitely change the direction of some routes. Although I try my best to be a passerby, but obviously it will not be so simple. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, Fei is really boring. Why did he become so spineless as a time traveler? It's basically discrediting the name of the time traveler. Tang San can become a god, and you still can't do it through hard work. Fei. If you said that, Fei laughed. Work hard? What do you need a genius to do if you work hard and use it? Only successful people can say hard work and use, and only successful people know that talent is the most unique way. Tang San can be said to be one of the few twin spirits in the entire continent in the past 100 years. He has a unique existence. If you don't believe it yourself, you can think about why he is the only one who can be recognized. That's not a possession. Does he have 2 martial souls as exclusive containers? If he really only has 1 martial soul, then it is really not certain whether the final achievement is right or wrong. For Fei, the abnormality of twin martial souls is that they can reach a perfect existence. His first martial soul reaches a level of titled Douluo, and then he helps the second martial soul to obtain a soul ring. At this time, his advanced soul power can be said to be unlimited. To be honest, as long as there are enough 10-year-old soul beasts or million-year-old soul beasts in the current Douluo continent, then you can have a nearly perfect soul ring configuration. Red, 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 red. But right now everything is still not so quick to come to a conclusion. Fei has not yet awakened his martial soul, and everything is too unknown. What kind of special items will he choose to awaken unintentionally? What about Wuhan? Shouldn't be too bad, right? At least from the general attributes of Goldfinger, it wouldn't be too bad. But as long as it is a soul ring, Fei can only accept his fate. No matter how hard he tries to cultivate the limit of the first soul ring, it's just more than 400 years in his memory. Although it can be equal to Tang San at the beginning, but gradually the gap will be widened. Especially after Tang San awakens the Blue Silver Emperor, the gap will be unlimited. Zoom in on. I'm so bored. I don't want to be a licking dog, but feel that I can't do what I want. This is really speechless. I'm too bad as a time traveler, right? Really speechless. Fei ruthlessly held the hammer and slammed it on the iron block. With a bang, the powerful and surging force startled Tang San on the side. Brother G, what's the matter? How do you feel? A little annoyed? Delusion? Then Tang San just shook his head and gathered his strength again. The strength controlled by Zuan Kung reached the peak level again in that instant. Little San, are we about to awaken our martial spirit? Fei inadvertently asked Tang San. Martial spirit? I seem to have some impressions. I heard from other people in the village that it will be awakened at the age of 6. Tang San replied while knocking on the iron block. What's your plan? Fei asked calmly. Plan? What plan? Tang San was obviously a little confused, and the speed of beating the iron block in his hand also slowed down, then turned his head and looked at Fei with some surprise. It's my own plans in the future, and your own goals. Fei felt Tang San's puzzled gaze, but didn't make contact with it, and continued to knock on the iron block on his own. Are you going to get a goal in the future? Tang San murmured, and then shook his head. I'm going to strike iron. Didn't I just say that before? When dad gets older, I'm going to replace him as a blacksmith. Brother G, isn't that what you planned before? Fei was stunned, a little speechless in his heart. The current Tang San is indeed a little more innocent. Perhaps it should be said that he himself has not seen the colorful world of spirits. This one. Is Tang Heo at home? And when Fei was about to answer Tang San's question, suddenly an older voice sounded from outside the door, with a hint of anxiety. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, The Prelude to Awakening the Martial Soul. We all know that the current Douluo Continent has 2 empires. One is the Heaven Dao Empire where Fei and Tang San are living now, and the other is the Jiji Star Luo Empire, and the location of the Holy Soul Village can be said to be at the junction of the 2 empires. The martial soul is not only the main theme of the Heaven Dao Empire, it should be said that it is the main theme of the entire Douluo Continent. Only after a person has awakened the martial soul can it be said that this person is recognized by the Douluo Continent. No one is without a martial soul. Wuhan can help you support yourself in daily life. Wuhan can also help you improve your life in front of you. It can be said to be a good assistant and a good horse. Wuhan can be subdivided into Weapon Wuhan and Beast Wuhan, which can perfectly explain the existence between them in a literal sense. The scope of the weapon soul is very broad, and it can also be said that the entire Douluo Continent is dominated by the weapon soul, and the beast soul has always been synonymous with soul masters, and it can also be said to be a powerful pronoun. And Fei had only seen the so-called marvelous and uniqueness of the so-called Wuhan from the book. He didn't really know how gorgeous the Wuhan is until he saw the existence and realism of the Wuhan in this world. Exclamation mark. The Hoenn martial spirit can be emitted by leaping up and down the plow, so there are soul masters who specialize in plowing. It can be said that there are no cattle in this world. The blacksmiths here can only be said to be ordinary blacksmiths, and it is unimaginable for a master craftsman. The sickle martial soul can harvest crops between strokes, and it has some fighting power. As for whether it can be attached with a soul ring, it is unknown. After all, if a person awakens the sickle martial soul, no one wants to continue to practice. After all, it doesn't make much sense. Fei was shocked when he heard the voice suddenly coming from outside the door, and said in his heart, "Here he comes. The old Jack with his grandpa aura is finally here." The one waiting next should be Su Yunteo with the poisonous milk buff. What is the aura of grandpa? It is natural to caress, comfort and interact with you, and you will be successful. What is poisonous milk buff? That is, as long as he says you can't do it, then you will definitely succeed. I don't know how many times this is stronger than the halo of those so-called false protagonists. Although it seems unfair to me, it's okay to be a mascot. Huh. You two little fellows are actually forging iron? Tang Heo is really lazy. You don't cook on weekdays, and you still want to start rejuvenating so early? And when old Jack walked into the house, looking at Fei and Tang San who were forging iron, their originally gentle faces became a little gloomy, and Tang Heo began to complain in his mouth. Huh. Why are you here, old Jack? Just at this time Tang Heo also came out slowly, looked at Fei and Tang San who were still forging iron and nodded vaguely. Patience is good. Tang Heo, let me tell you, you sleep all day and let two children make iron for you? You don't want to see how thin these two children are, and you just ask them to make iron, still holding such a big hammer? Faced with old Jack's eloquence, Tang Heo didn't hate anything. He just yawned and walked to the other side on his own, took a bowl of water with a ladle, and gulped it down. Grandpa Jack, don't be angry. The two of us are willing to learn blacksmithing. This will not only share some of Uncle Tang's work, but also better repair and manufacture some agricultural tools for the people in the village. After all, if you always ask the people in the village it would be too tiring to use wood to plow the land. Yes, Grandpa Jack, my father has worked hard enough on weekdays, and now we can do some things we should do. Looking at the two children, old Jack nodded helplessly, and then said in a complaining tone, huh, even the two little dolls are more sensible than you. Tang Heo, just go on like this. Tang Heo didn't care about old Jack. He just looked at Fei and Tang San with a very flat gaze. In his opinion, he had his own unique plan. Come on, children, let the old man take a good look at you. Old Jack's kind smile made people feel extremely friendly in an instant, and there was such an extremely comfortable feeling. Fei knew that this was the effect of the old man's halo. Come on. Come on, am I, Fei, going to accept the baptism of my grandfather's halo? Grandpa Jack, hello. Fei and Tang San put down the hammers in their hands, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and walked towards old Jack very peacefully. Tang San looked very respectful. Maybe this is the gentle and refined feeling he cultivated in his previous life. Why did you bow? Shouldn't you have clasped your fists together? Let me say it again, Mr. Jack, I'm being polite to Tang San. Fei was stunned. Huh. It seems that this is a bit inappropriate. Forget about the old man's halo for a while. Old Jack dotingly raised his hand, and put one hand on Fei's head and the other on Tang San's head, and began to stroke slowly, as if feeling a little bit emotional and a little relieved. Seeing this scene, Tang Heo on the other side seemed to become a little impatient. Isn't this making trouble? It was at the most critical time of iron forging. Didn't you know that the iron nuggets raised by you when iron might be scrapped? Village chief, are you alright? What are you doing here? You shouldn't go to the ground at your age, right? Tang Heo said with a sense of impatience. Originally, this old Jack was not much older than him, but he showed a feeling of being absolutely older, which Tang Heo seemed to be very dissatisfied with. At this moment, Fei was very excited. Ah, the old man touched the halo, so that's what it feels like. Come across, touched by old Jack, titled Douluo, become a god. You can also. Old Jack didn't pay any attention to Tang Heo. Anyway, he didn't have the strength left to argue with Tang Heo about some less important matters. I came here today for a very important matter, and I didn't come to fight with you Tang Heo. Tang Heo, Fei and Tang San are almost 6 years old this year, right? So this year's Wuhan awakening ceremony should also allow them to participate? Old Jack's eyes were still peaceful, and he seemed to like these two very polite children very much, but his father and uncle were a bit weird. Oh, really? Then join in. A few days later, Tang Heo asked indifferently without the slightest expression. 3 days later, since you agreed, I will pick up these two little dolls to awaken their martial spirits in 3 days' time. Old Jack was also aware of Tang Heo's laziness. Obviously, if he really only told Tang Heo the time to awaken his martial soul, obviously he would never send his two children to awaken his martial soul. Tang Heo just nodded at this and didn't show a very surprised expression, but was a little bit emotional. This time has really passed so fast. Spring is coming, and autumn is coming, and the third son has grown up too. Fei's life experience should also be told to him, right? Tang Heo's expression suddenly became ugly when he seemed to think of Jifei's life experience. Phew. Forget it. Maybe it's better for him never to know. After all, the name of the remnant of the 7 emotions. Grandpa Jack, what is the awakening ceremony? Compared to Jifei's indifference, or should be said, that Jifei should be in the excitement of being caressed by the grandfather's halo before. Tang San showed a curious baby, although he also roughly knew that Wuhan was what, but the rest is also completely unknown. And through this moment, Jifei seemed to understand why Tang Heo didn't want to see old Jack so much. It's too long-winded. He told Tang San about a so-called awakening ceremony for more than 10 minutes, and he even danced with his arms and legs. That strange appearance seemed to be dancing an old disco or even a group of old men and women dancing in the square. The euphemistic name is Admiration Awakening Ceremony. To put it bluntly, isn't it that, when you are 6 years old, you have to awaken your own martial soul, and then let you stand in a broken circle, passing by the poisonous milk Suyanteo of the martial soul hall, pretending to be 13 for a while, and scaring you scare the fools and then exaggerate. If you awaken a martial soul, he will judge it, and our poisonous milk master will naturally not evaluate ordinary garbage martial souls. Only when it's the halo moment does he comment. Your martial soul is useless. Forget it. You don't need to test any soul power. Anyway, it's just a useless martial soul. So what if you are born full of soul power? If you are born full of soul power, I will eat shit in Suyanteo's 360-degree spiral. Sleep, eat, eat and sleep. I eat as much as you pull. I, Suyanteo, am a battle soul master of more than 20 levels in the Wuhan temple. How dare you mess with me? I said you are a waste, Wuhan, and you can succeed. Come to time travel, be humiliated by Suyanteo, title Douluo, become a god. You can also. And when old Jack mentioned the new concept word Great Soul Master, Tang San became even more curious and immediately asked. Afterwards, old Jack continued to talk incessantly. Perhaps in his own view, this was his concern for the younger generation. Look at how seriously little San is listening. Let's take a look at Xiao Fei next to you. Seedol learned to laugh. Next, Uchifadanda classmate will translate for you the so-called soul master hierarchy of old Jack. Cough, cough. This so-called great soul master must be exactly like our brother Suanteo, with a poisonous milk temperament that his own strength does not match. From another perspective, the Great Soul Master is a realm of poisoned milk, and the rest of the realms are reduced or progressive because of this. Focus on the point. If you want to ask who is the most powerful Soul Master in the entire Douluo Continent, then if my brother Tao is second, dare not say the first. Why do you say that? Why? If you want to ask why, then let me see our brother Tao's true face first. As for now, I can only ask you a few questions. There are tens of thousands of fanfictions, and it's all over without poisonous milk. Brother Tao's poisonous milk has become a legend. He didn't insult you. How did you succeed? Iron juice. Can you milk Douluo? Can you milk God? You can't. You can't. So Brother Tao is mighty. Brother Tao is domineering. Title Douluo is far behind. We just need to remember Brother Tao and leave the rest alone. Perhaps after Tang San becomes a god in the future, our brother Tao will come to the sea god village again, looking at the magnificent village, and recite a sentence. I have made the sea god with golden sentences, and I have made the sea god with my hands. My dream. I'm poisonous milk. Don't call me Lone Wolf Douluo from now on. I, Suyanteo, will change my name to Poisonous Milk Douluo from now on. Suyanteo, Kit, I see your bones are amazing. This child is useless. Suyanteo, you useless martial soul is useless, even if you have soul power. Let's be friends, gods of the future. TSK TSK TSK, it is so realistic and real. After old Jack's narration, Tang San can be considered to have really come into contact with the one-sided appearance of this world called Douluo Continent. Soul Soldier, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Venerable, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Soul Douluo and Title Douluo, and as long as you reach the level of Title Douluo, you can get a bull for yourself. The title of Forcing Boom Boom. Soul Saint, TSK TSK TSK, just change the name to Yunteo Village, or Xinsha Village, and reserve the Sea God base station. Okay, I'll go first. You two must work hard, and don't be like that decadent guy. Lord Soul Sage will definitely protect you two when you awaken a good martial soul. Tang San nodded. Today he really learned a lot of new knowledge, and these novel knowledge gave him a broader imagination of this world. Fei on the other side didn't think so. I might as well pray that Brother Tao will protect me and give me poisonous milk. I feel that Brother Tao is more powerful than the system. 1. Then why is it special? Poisonous milk, please protect me for the first time. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Tang San 039 S Obsession Tang Hao and -039 S Epiphany GFEI and -039 S Upcoming Happy Life. That's right, I didn't expect the two of you to complete the forging so quickly. It really exceeded my expectations. Tang Hao stared indifferently at the black iron block held in the hands of Fei and Tang San. The iron block in Tang San's hand is not very big, and the whole body is not so smooth. Some gaps exposed on the surface seem to be mixed with some black charcoal powder, but if you observe carefully, you can see it. There is a faint black halo flickering in the iron block. On the other hand, the iron block in Fei's hand is actually not much different from Tang San's, but if you just look at it from the outside, the iron block Fei forged looks very round, and not that seemingly it feels bumpy, and if you look at it from a distance, it looks like a black jade in the rough. Good weight. Fei felt that the weight of the iron block he held in his hand was at least half of his body mass. From the original huge iron block to the current size, it seemed to have shrunk by 3 times what? What kind of feelings do you two have after going through this 10,000 forging? Tang Hao stared at Fei and Tang San. Before that, Fei and Tang San's initial ideas on forging could be roughly integrated, but it was obviously not ready enough. That's why Tang Hao let Fei and Tang San first. Individuals first understand for a while, not just to come and see. The most important thing about aptitude is the word understanding. Steel can be tempered 100 times, and ordinary fire can also be forged to make iron. Just like what you said before, that no matter what kind of material it is, as long as it is continuously forged and purified, it can achieve the expected existence. At that time, it will be considered a fan who can already forge a truly ideal artifact. But the more this happened, the more I felt that what Brother G said before was not true. Fei was taken aback, isn't it? Tang Hao also frowned slightly, but was soon occupied by strong interest again. Oh. Can you tell me what is wrong with what Fei said before? Tang San exhaled slowly, glanced at Fei, and then looked at Tang Hao seriously. Brother G focused on the fire before, but on the other hand, he pays attention to a person's own level of tempering, so that he can be the best when he endures hardships. Tang Hao nodded. Yes, what Fei said is also reasonable. But Brother G overlooked one point. It is a person's own talent. Although acquired hard work may be useful, it will definitely not be the first. It should be postponed to the third. In my opinion, a person's talent for the first luck, the second and the third. It should involve the theory of talent. A talented person may fail, but a person without talent is doomed from the beginning to have a high probability of failure. Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, pursed his lips and sneered slightly, knowing in his heart, sure enough, this Tang San's character is like this. The putting the cart before the horse may not be so obvious, but the depth of obsession may be unmatched by anyone. It is also very simple and sharp to explain what Tang San said from Fei's perspective. For example, I, Tang San, can have such achievements because of my innate advantages. I have Zuanshan Kung Fu, twin martial souls, and great luck, so I only need to work a little bit. Oh, no, it should be said that I'm a little bit diligent. You can reach a level that no one else can reach in a lifetime. As for why I can endure so much pain and training, it is naturally very simple. I, Tang San, have obsession and ambition. Effort and talent? Tang Hao pondered for a moment. His eyes changed slightly. He didn't veto Tang San's talent, and of course he didn't affirm it. Instead he focused on Fei. Fei, what do you think of what San said? What kind of perception do you have after going through these 10,000 forgings? Fei shook his head, then turned to Tang Heo and said, I'm ignorant. I don't think as much as Xiaozhen, and I don't want to say what Xiaozhen said, and it's okay for everyone to have different opinions. Unite. Then you didn't realize anything? Tang Heo seemed a little angry. It's not. Fei shook his head secretly. Sure enough, the closer the plot was to him, the more he felt that he was living in the mouth of a tiger, and he had to be cautious in his words and deeds. Maybe some people feel that Fei looks exactly like a white-eyed wolf now. But if you carefully savor the current environment and what will happen in the future, then you will not imagine this way. Then tell me. Tang Heo leaned on the chair, swayed slightly, and quietly waited for Fei's answer with the creaking sound of the chair. Tang San also looked at Fei. He felt that what he said just now was not wrong, even very correct. If my talent had been discovered early in my previous life, if he had a better background, and became a direct disciple of the Tang Sect who was rooted in Zhengmai Hong, would he still have the consequence of falling off the cliff, like he is now? No. Absolutely not. If Uncle Tang really wants to ask, then I can only answer 4 words for Uncle Tang's reference. Fei raised his head and looked at Tang Heo, who was unruly and leisurely. Back to basics. Back to basics. Tang Heo looked dull, mumbling these 4 words in his mouth, as if savoring some deep meaning. Seeing that Tang Heo seemed to be lost in thought, Fei let out a breath of air that had accumulated in his chest for a moment. Sure enough, the bells and whistles are the truth. There is no such thing as returning to the basics. To be honest, it is almost a step in the door. Ha 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 ha. Back to basics. What a back to basics. Tang Heo laughed, and then stood up, and after this coherent movement, not only Tang San, but even Fei didn't know what Tang Heo meant. What's the fuss? Sure enough, the titled Douluo felt a little bit ignorant of its meaning. You two are right. It's not easy to extend to these through forging. Tang Heo looked at Fei and Tang San. Then you still need to achieve a goal, which is to make your now the forged iron block is forged to the size of your fist. Remember, it is your fist and not mine. Hiss. Tang San sucked in a breath of cold air suddenly, while Fei on the side was lost in thought. He wasn't surprised. Tang San beat it without thinking. After all, he has the iron block like Zuanshan Kung Fu. To forge into a small the size of a fist will definitely not take long, but I'm different. It's easy to make the shape smaller, but the weight is really difficult. The reduction in the volume of the iron block means that the density in it will also decrease. In this case, the molecules are fused together through unlimited collisions, and then recondensed. The kinetic energy required for all these processes is unquestionable. It all requires me to move and wield a hammer to achieve it. But when Fei was thinking about how to solve it, Tang San on the side muttered in surprise, is this really possible? Forge it yourself. After instructing Tang Heo, he walked out the door without looking back. From the moment Tang Heo just turned around, Fei noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with Tang Heo's expression. Feelings of building up some excitement. It seems that there is such a trace of natural calm. Maybe I'm overthinking it. For example, if Tang Heo can smile normally, it's really a high sense. How could he have such a special expression? After that, Fei stared at the black iron block in his hand that exuded a black halo and fell into deep thought. On the other side, Tang San directly chose to start and continued to forge. I didn't expect that I would break through the level of soul power in a sudden enlightenment and trace the source, because Xiaophizi didn't even awaken the martial soul. It seems that I have adopted a future disaster. If he awakens again, after leaving that martial soul, maybe even if I have an appointment with her, I have to make a move. The third son will choose his own route in the future, but Fei, Tang Heo, have already decided your route for you. After leaving the door, Tang Heo said a word indifferently, then suddenly disappeared from the spot. The 3 days passed in a hurry. During this period of time, Fei and Tang San were still climbing the mountain to practice in the morning. Of course, Fei was just playing for fun, and he didn't have any practice decisions. It could only be said that he was watching Tang San practice, although not jealous, but more or less uncomfortable. Then Fei and Tang San's life, after returning home, is basically eating, ironing, and sleeping, going back and forth. If you want to ask the most strange thing about Fei these days, it is that Tang Heo actually changed his previous decadence and laziness and chose to observe the forging process between him and Tang San. No, it should be that he has been watching him. This situation made Fei very uncomfortable. He always felt that Tang Heo must have something to hide from him, and it was like a shocking secret, but when Fei thought about it by himself, he didn't know it at all. Where to start? In addition to this strange thing, there is another thing, that is, Tang Heo's complexion has obviously warmed up too much recently, his appetite has become bigger, and his alcohol intake is as terrible as a whale. And what is the result of this situation? Naturally, Fei and Tang San's stomachs are growling. In Fei's own words, I just wanted to say it. Why, is this Haoshan Douluo awakened, or epiphany? Do you know that eating is the biggest thing in the world, or is it that he eats his own body first to teach the two of them to forge iron? This is obviously impossible. During this period of time, Fei also suddenly felt a strange change taking place in himself. Tang San was able to achieve such a long period of forging because of the power of Zuanshan Kung Fu, so he didn't show any discomfort, but Fei also found that he didn't feel any discomfort during this period of time. At first, Fei felt that his workload was not as much as Tang San's, so he didn't feel uncomfortable. But Fei quickly erased this idea and finally attributed it to his strong body. Of course, this is just thinking about it. I'm almost the same kind of skinny figure. Zio-san, Zio-Fei, Grandpa is here to pick you up. Today is the day to awaken your martial spirit. Old Jack came to the blacksmith shop on time, perhaps because he was bored with Tang Heo, or because of the previous dispute with Tang Heo about the authenticity of the legend of Lord Soul Saint in Saint Soul Village. This time he didn't even go in, he just yelled outside Fei and Tang San. Go, you two, don't delay cooking at noon. When Fei Quan's words fell with the wind, he couldn't even eat enough, pitifully. But I'm finally going to awaken my martial soul, brother Yunteo, the poisonous milk buff. I really want to see how majestic and peaceful your appearance is right now. How I wish you could insult me, never praise me, then I will feel that my whole life will be abolished. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8. This is different from the Brother Tao I imagined. It's finally time to awaken the martial soul. Fei and Tang San followed old Jack. Fei felt so nervous for the first time, even when he knew that he crossed the Douluo Continent. He was probably not as nervous as he is now. The reason is the same, because today is the day to judge him. When? Judge what? That is naturally the judgment of whether you will be a genius or a mediocrity in the future. But think about it, almost all martial souls are inherited, right? Not to mention, at least it is largely inherited from one of the parents. For example, the third son has a blue silver grass on the surface and Haoshan in the back hammer. To put it bluntly, he inherited the martial spirit of both his parents. Who are my parents? When I asked Uncle Tang before, he seemed very shy and even got angry sometimes. Fei shook his head, he couldn't control so much now, and he became more and more excited thinking that he would be able to see our brother Tao in a while. Be sure to apply a poisonous milk buff. This is the Wuhan temple in our village. Maybe you didn't know it before. How grand is it? I think the Lord Hunsheng of our Holy Soul Village awakened Wuhan from here, and finally achieved it through his own efforts. I lost the position of Soul Sage. Old Jack pointed to a house in front of him that seemed to be made of rotten wood, which looked much dilapidated than the house Fei lived in now. Okay. Really good. Spectacular. Fei didn't dare to compliment him, but he also pretended to be very surprised, with an expression that he hadn't expected at all. There are not many children in the Holy Soul Village, and there are not many who are the same age as Fei and Tang San. This cannot be said that the talent in the Holy Soul Village is with it. In fact, there are no talents at all. Everyone looks stupid. Alas, it seems that it is a good thing not to have contact with them on weekdays. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I will be contaminated with this kind of atmosphere. Fei and Tang San stood together, and other children crowded together. They seemed to look down on Fei and Tang San, which made Fei wonder where the confidence of these children came from, and dared to look down on the future Poseidon. TSK, you idiot who didn't even do anything. Fei and Tang San naturally knew the simple and popular truth of disliking the poor and loving the rich. Ordinary blacksmiths are not a respectable industry in the Douluo Continent. As for whether they really work or not, who knows? Brother Tao. That's Suyanteo. Compared to Tang San's calm gaze, now it was Fei's turn to get excited. He looked at a tall young man in front of the 8 children, and wished he could rush forward to take a good look at this seemingly unremarkable but full of magical powers. Yunteo, a poisonous lactogen. But after a moment of calm, Fei also began to examine Suyanteo seriously, and then nodded. Unlike ordinary fanfiction, this Suyanteo was born gentle and refined, and he didn't seem to be supercilious. It looks like it fits the original. A pair of star eyes stared at unknown places. The white hardcover and the black cloak behind it formed a sharp contrast, giving people a visual impact. An invisible coercion seemed to envelope the entire wooden house middle. The badge representing the personnel directly under Wu Hundian was exposed, as if it was the symbol of his identity and the source of his own arrogance. There are also the 3 starlight particles shining with halos reflecting the 3 swords above the badge, which is different from his identity. It is a symbol of his strength. The Soul Master of the Second Ring. Respected Great Soul Master of the Wuhan Temple, our Holy Soul Village has all the children who are going to awaken their Wuhan today, and I still need to trouble you to do it. Old Jack looked at Suyanteo very respectfully. Shoot. It's better to tell Jinkao to open. Fei muttered. Brother G, why did you open the golden mouth? Tang San looked at Fei with some doubts. Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing. You'll find out later. Suyanteo smiled slightly, and then bowed slightly, to return the salute on his own initiative, and then he said to old Jack, the village chief is serious, this is our job. It's not troublesome or not. I have traveled through many villages over time, and I have seen many good seedlings and useless martial souls in many villages, so here I wish you Holy Soul Village can awaken a good seedling with a good martial soul. Old Jack instantly felt overwhelmed, and hastily bowed to thank him. Then I will entrust the good words of the Great Soul Master. Okay, my task today is a bit heavy and there are several villages waiting for me to awaken fresh blood for them. Let's start. Afterwards, Suyanteo walked towards the so-called raised wooden platform. There was a big burden on it, which seemed to contain the materials and tools needed to awaken the martial soul. Then the old Jack turned around and looked at the children who were divided into 2 groups. On one side was a small group of 8 children. They looked very cautious and seemed to be a little afraid, fluctuating in their small eyes. And the other ones are usually Fei and Tang San. They lined up side by side, seeming very calm without the slightest panic. Old Jack clapped his hands. Have you heard what the Great Soul Master said just now? You are all fresh blood in our Holy Soul Village. I hope you will obey the arrangement of the Great Soul Master and come here in an orderly manner. Awakening the martial soul, the Great Soul Master blesses you, and our soul saint ancestors will also benefit you. Hey, old village chief, although what you said is exciting, to be honest, some things can't be accomplished by relying on protection and prayer. I have traveled to many villages, and 90.00% or more of them are waste martial souls. And those with soul power can count clearly with their fingers. Why do I feel that Suyanteo has no arrogance at all? Is this a fake Suyanteo? Fei looked at the gentle and elegant Suyanteo. Every movement seemed to be calmly waiting for the old village chief to finish speaking. Where did he feel that anxious? Could it be that my real poisonous milk brother Tao was kidnapped? I rely on it. At this moment, Fei seemed to have imagined a magnificent and long scroll. On the quiet and restless path, our brother Tao raised his head proudly and looked at the sky in the distance, thinking that they are all a bunch of useless spirits who don't even have the idea to speak. Forget about going to the next Holy Soul Village. Bah, that Holy Soul Village is even more of a place where no bird shits, and the old village head called Jack is a sloppy old man who actually has some kind of carrot Wuhan. Damn. It's really a place for talents. In a daze, Su Yunteo felt a sharp pain in his neck, and finally he fell to the ground. OHHOHHOHH. When Su Yunteo woke up, he could only see himself lying naked in a grass field, surrounded by many ape-like soul beasts staring at him with scorching breath, while he was covered by a piece of cloth. He can only make a whining sound, and the rest is only endless terror. As a direct member of the Wuhan temple, he naturally knows what the ape-like spirit beasts around him are. River Magic Ape. An indescribable Tarzan of the Apes is in progress, and what replaced it was the gentle, elegant and easygoing Su Yunteo now. Where did I go? Fei felt that his thinking was completely wrong, but the Su Yunteo in front of him was really different from what he imagined. So let's take a look later. Fei stood behind Tang San. According to reason, when Tang Sanju thought about the blue silver grass and detected the innate full soul power, Su Yunteo would start to release the power of poisonous milk. At that time, he would be able to see. Look, is this Su Yunteo the same as he imagined? Oh, what you said is right. Praying is useless, but maybe this is the best way we can think of. Old Jack also shook his head helplessly. The word lonely appeared on his old face. Then he turned around and walked out of the spirit hall. So the rest are these children and Su Yunteo. Su Yunteo smiled gently, and then his eyes fell on the group of children one by one. Then he said gently to Fei and Tang San, "Come on, children, stand in a row." Hearing this, the children who had been clustered together hurriedly stood in a row one after another. For these children, the seemingly elegant young man in front of them seemed to have such a very dignified and special coercion. The release hangs over them. "Little San, stand at the front. I'll be fine in the end." Fei pointed to the end of the line. Tang San also nodded, and a line of 10 children was formed. "Well, I want to see what kind of monster Su Yunteo is, or a real poisonous milk buff." Fei smiled slightly. All of this is naturally under his control. Fei, am also a person who is good at in-depth strategies. Don't be too cautious. I'm actually just over 10 years older than you. My soul power is level 26, so I'm at the level of a great soul master in the spirit hall. Next, you will start the real path of martial arts cultivation. It's time to go. Remember that no matter what kind of martial spirit you awaken, don't be too excited or too sad. You have to remember that facing the sea, spring flowers bloom, and gold will always shine. Su Yunteo looked at the children in the front row who seemed to be a little cautious. Some lowered their heads, some were holding the corners of their clothes, and some were constantly moving their little hands. Fei was stupefied. "I feel like you're giving into your coquettish talk. Should you show us the arrogance of a great soul master and admonish us? Even if you scold us for nothing, it's fine. One more thing you have to remember, no matter what happens in a while, don't be afraid." Afterwards, Su Yunteo took out the so-called utensils and materials needed to awaken the martial soul from the baggage. In fact, there are just a few jet black huge pebbles, and the most precious crystal sphere that looks like a shining crystal. When Su Yunteo took it out, the crystal sphere exudes a faint blue color. The color halo, if placed at night, should be very dazzling and gorgeous. Afterwards, Su Yunteo squatted down and placed the pitch black stones one by one, forming a very complete hexagonal circle, which seemed very ordinary and had nothing special about it. Then Su Yunteo pointed to the child in the first row, and then pointed to the hexagonal circle. The meaning was very clear. Just stand inside. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Subversive Martial Soul Awakening Ceremony. Kids, don't panic. Carefully feel the subtleties contained in it. Lone wolf. Possession. Su Yunteo looked at the child standing in the hexagonal circle and smiled slightly. Then suddenly, a deep green halo flickered in his black and white star pupils, accompanied by waves of air pressure from all around. Su Yunteo's originally elegant face was covered by streaks of grey-black fluff, and the grey-black fluff split very quickly, spreading down to the neck in a short while. In an instant, Su Yunteo's figure suddenly increased a lot, and the originally not long hair also drooped in an instant. He opened his mouth, and the teeth that were originally even in length also showed special changes. The exposed teeth on both sides are very sharp, and even a cold light can be seen. What? The boy who was already standing in the hexagonal circle suddenly jumped out. A little bit of tears seemed to gather in his horrified eyes, and he kept turning back and forth in it. He couldn't believe that such a kind big man. Why did my brother suddenly become so scary? It is exactly the same as the big bad wolf in the story about the big bad wolf that his mother told him. Could it be that the big bad wolf came to eat me because I didn't listen to my mother this morning and didn't wash my face? Mom. Wow. Mom. PFFT. Fei covered his mouth and tried to hold back his smile. Looking at the kid jumping around outside the hexagonal circle, he was also very helpless. This 6-year-old is still crying to find his mother. TSK. But from this alone, from the perspective of the wolf soul, this person should be Su Yunteo. There is nothing wrong with it. He is not a counterfeit, and he is definitely not in the same situation as he enjoyed before. Don't panic, kid. Didn't I tell you just now? No matter what happens, don't panic. This is my martial soul, the lone wolf, one of the beast martial souls, and my current situation is to activate the martial soul. It's just a normal phenomenon. At this moment, Su Yunteo's figure can completely stand up against the roof of the wooden house, and the slender claws are spread out in front of him, and he feels that the heads of these children are under his claws. There is no difference between watermelon and watermelon. Is that a soul ring? One white, one yellow, corresponding to a 10-year soul ring and a century-old soul ring. The feeling of this soul ring is a bit subtle. It seems that there is such an invisible coercion released on it. Should be said to be the spiritual will of the soul beast. Fei looked at the two gorgeous soul rings floating on Su Yunteo's body, and after pondering for a while, he gave his unique analysis. And Tang San on the side was a little strange, but he didn't show any panic. After all, the background of being a human being and the two lives is still there. Brother G, is this the function of the martial spirit? Tang San looked at the calm Fei and asked with a hint of doubt. Fei nodded. This Su Yunteo's martial soul is a beast soul. The magical effect of ordinary beast souls is to possess the body, and after possessing a body, the beast soul can assimilate the body. You can use some special functions of the beast spirit. It's like Su Yunteo's lone wolf. After this martial soul is possessed, Su Yunteo can fight in the form of a werewolf. The sharp claws he possesses are very powerful. Maybe even his teeth can bite people. Mile. Is it so scary? Biting is not good, right? It feels a bit obscene. Tang San's eyes once again focused on Su Yunteo. What the hell? It's just the magical effect of Wuhan. Fei joked. Where did the things between life and death come from? No matter how much you say, you have no right to discuss it after you die. However, this martial soul is indeed a bit special. Although I could enjoy some forms of martial soul in the book, but when I see it with my own eyes now, I feel that it is a very subtle and very special form. The subtle existence seems to be another living being attached to the body. Brush, brush, brush. There was a series of 6 piercing sounds, and the gorgeous soul power surged on Su Yunteo's body, and the grey-black fur seemed to be lit up instantly, releasing a very dazzling black light, which is very eye-catching when viewed from a distance. It is sharp and dazzling. And by the way, the halo of soul power landed on each of the stones in the hexagonal circle that had been placed on the ground in turn. Whoa. The soul power was released like a thin mist, and the pale golden halo gently touched everyone like a spring breeze, and a fresh and refined feeling emerged spontaneously. Fei subconsciously stretched his body deeply. Taking a deep breath, I felt so comfortable in my heart. These halos are only a small part, because most of the halos turned into an upside down cover, generally covering the little guy standing in the hexagonal circle. The little guy was obviously a little flustered, but he seemed to remember the embarrassment he had just called his mother. He subconsciously clenched his fists and closed his eyes slightly to hide the horror he felt in front of him. And that's just how he feels about himself. Because when that floating golden halo really fell on him, his tightly clenched hands suddenly loosened, and his slightly closed eyes slowly opened. His sense of fear was also completely eliminated. At this moment, he seemed to raise his head very calmly, staring at the halo clouds above his head. And then, the golden halo that seemed to be homeless poured into the little guy's body again, as if the grains were floating and sinking to fit together. The boy didn't seem to have any special feelings, and he was still in that sluggish state, and couldn't extricate himself. Stretch out your right hand. Su Yuntao's dark green eyes fixed on the changes in the boy, and his gentle voice seemed to become a little hasty. The boy seemed to have lost control over his body at this moment. He subconsciously raised his right hand, and the moment he raised his right hand, countless golden light spots seemed to pour out of his body generally. The surging golden light spots dissipated quickly, as if they couldn't bear the continuous output. In an instant, a miniature hoe appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This miniature hoe is exactly the same as the real one, except that it looks like it lacks some heavy feeling. It can also be said that this miniature version of the hoe lacks the close contact with the soil. Seeing the condensed hoe martial soul, Su Yuntao shook his head helplessly. It's not good to be a teacher. Is the hoe martial soul? According to the configuration of the Soul Master team, it is completely useless, whether it is control, assistance, or there is no point in even a strong attack. The little boy also slowly recovered from the stupefied state just now. He was also a little surprised to see the hoe floating in his hand. He just felt that his body seemed to be controlled by others, and there was a burst of vitality. The vitality of his body poured into his body continuously. Hey, little guy, this is your martial soul. It's a very delicate hoe. Huh. It seems that plowing the land can be more convenient. Next, let's test whether you have soul power. If you have soul power, if so, you may be able to take a very different path in the future. Su Yuntao smiled gently, as if he knew that the boy awakened was nothing more than a hoe, but he didn't seem to want to resist it. This script isn't quite right. Fei, who was always in control, wondered if he had read the fake original. Su Yuntao was actually encouraging this hoe martial soul. Isn't this subverting my IQ too much? Even a hoe is encouraged, so how come the blue silver grass of the third sun is so unstable? And I remember that the little girl's martial soul should also be blue silver grass, right? Su Yuntao doesn't seem to agree. That little girl was very resistant, right? Why did Tang San? Could it be the protagonist's own attribute of slapping faces and attracting enemies? Fei really couldn't think of it. Then respected Master Soul Master, what should I do to test my soul power? The little boy asked, a little embarrassed. Su Yuntao smiled slightly. It's very simple. You first push your will to imagine that your body is the container of the martial soul, and then first receive your martial soul into your own body. The little boy started to try, and his face turned red all of a sudden, as if he had gathered all his strength in his palm, and at the same time, imagined that his small body was the space where the hoe belonged. Brother G, does he want to take a shit? Why is your face so red? Tang San pointed to the little boy, and then said to Fei, ah, shit? That's right, it's possible. Fei nodded subconsciously. Then shall we get some paper for him? Tang San thought for a while, then shook his head to give up. And after the little boy's unremitting efforts, his little face turned slightly blue, and then he took back his Wuhan hoe into his body. Come, now put your hands on this crystal ball. Su Yuntao's wolf claws radiated a cold light, and for a moment, people felt a sharp light blade touching his body, and the little boy tentatively stretched out his hand and placed it on the crystal ball. Unfortunately, you don't have any soul power, but don't be too discouraged. Remember that the sun always comes after the storm. Su Yuntao shook his head regretfully after seeing each other. You just wait aside now. Don't be discouraged. Although you can't become a soul master, you can still have your own way to go. The point of the hoe martial soul is to plow the land quickly. Your parents may also be happy for you. You are pleased. The little boy was obviously a little overwhelmed, but he walked aside with a vague understanding. Today's novelty may be the last lesson he can get in touch with in his life. Brother Tao is Brother Tao. The way of encouraging people feels fresh and refined. Fei covered his mouth and smiled. Next, the usual plot-like existence began. One by one, children stood in the hexagonal circle, and Su Yuntao continued to stimulate the soul power one by one to test their soul power for their awakened martial souls. In a blink of an eye, there was only a little girl, Tang San, and the last Fei left. And Fei has seen all kinds of martial arts. Hoe, sickle, shovel, and all of them don't have any soul power. Fei can feel that, even if one of the few people in front can have a first level soul power, it can make Su Yuntao happy for a while, right? Maybe they will all praise it. and Su Yunteo, as always, encouraged these children to not be discouraged, even though the awakened martial souls were not satisfactory and did not have soul power, let alone complain that it would affect other people. Although your martial soul is a sickle and has no soul power attached to it, you have to think about it. In the golden wheat waves all over the mountains and plains, you can wave your sickle heartily to kill wheat and win the applause of your parents at the same time. How sweet the scene is. Kid, do you have a lot of question marks? Don't worry, it doesn't matter. Although your martial soul doesn't have much combat power, you can work. Remember that work is the most glorious. Fei, Fei, would like to call you the strongest poisonous chicken soup in the society. Brother Tao, talk a lot if people are not cruel, subverting the integrity of the previous great soul master personnel directly under the Wuhan temple. It has become so unlimited. Poisonous milk becomes beneficial milk. Cruel words become good words, urging youngsters to thrive and strive to dress up for Douluo Star as soon as possible. I hope that Wuhandian can award them the Medal of Honor for the home squatting soul masters. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 turned out to be such a chapter 1 thing. Little girl, your martial spirit is blue silver grass, which is a relatively delicate grass. Although it is not a powerful martial spirit and has no offensive power, it is also very good for viewing. Take a look at this water chestnut. The leaves and the immature leaf heart slowly winding in it all exude a youthful and high-spirited breath. Su Yunteo looked at the little girl in front of Tang San showing a very gentle smile, even though she had a ferocious look covered with wolf down and fangs exposed, but with just such a smile. Even if he said that the little girl's martial spirit was a god-level martial spirit, some people will believe the words of the soul, right? It feels almost inseparable from that taste. Brother G, isn't the blue silver grass just an ordinary grass? Can this also become a martial soul? And it seems that Master Su Yunteo also admires the blue silver grass. Tang San's eyes remained on the young and girls who had awakened their spirits all the time, as if they were looking for the uniqueness of their spirits, and on the other hand they seemed to be perceiving something. I don't know about this, but even though it's blue silver grass, it's not that bad. You have to know that there are no waste spirits, only waste soul masters. Where there is a will, there is a way, as long as you work hard. At this point, Fei didn't continue talking, and if he continued speaking, he might cause Tang San's rebuttal. After all, in his opinion, talent seems to be more important than hard work. There are no waste spirits, only waste soul masters. Tang San kept thinking about Fei's words, and his smooth forehead wrinkled for the first time. It's your turn. Fei pointed to Tang San and said, "Oh." Tang San pulled his thoughts back in an instant and hurried over. His eyes immediately set on Su Yunteo, who smiled warmly at him, and then walked slowly into the hexagonal circle, quietly waiting for the awakening of the martial soul process. "Just don't be nervous and relax," Su Yunteo said, and began to inject soul power. There seemed to be a layer of fluffy sweat slowly condensing on his forehead. After all, he was just a 26th level great soul master who had been urging his martial soul for a long time. The output of soul power is not so pleasant. Fortunately, there are only two little guys. Work harder. Tang San has begun to awaken his martial spirit. For the first time, Fei's eyes were fixed firmly on what happened in the hexagonal circle. Only for a moment, Su Yunteo's infused soul power turned into a golden cover covering Tang San's body exactly as before, and then slowly turned into golden particles pouring onto Tang San's body. Afterwards, a series of golden lines gradually appeared on Tang San's thin body, and Fei could clearly see that the golden ups and downs on Tang San's body seemed to turn into a solid existence, and the extremely dazzling light even appeared in one instantly suppressed the light released from Su Yunteo's body. Su Yunteo's expression froze for a moment, and a smile seemed to gradually appear on the corner of his mouth. If such a strange scene appeared in front of his eyes, there is a high probability that the awakened martial soul must be a high-level martial soul. Even if it is not so high-level Wuhan, I'm afraid it shouldn't be much worse. Could it be that I have helped so many children in the villages to awaken their martial souls, but they didn't have an ideal today, but they found it here, happy, excited, Immediately, he also seemed to have forgotten the tired feeling brought about by his long-term output of soul power, and his dark green eyes stared at Tang San's moment-to-moment changes in the hexagonal circle, but with the passage of time, Su Yuntao's complexion seemed to have undergone a drastic change in such an instant. From the original gentle and joyful excitement to the instant gloomy, the expression and facial features seemed to be condensed into one mass. So that's the case. I think Su Yuntao has such a different attitude towards the third son. Based on the change in Su Yuntao's expression, Fei knew why Su Yuntao was able to change from the gentle and elegant before to a little atmosphere and even show his contemptuous arrogance. His expectations for Tang San seem to be the greatest. This kind of grandeur is even greater than the children of all the villages he has visited before. He can feel Tang San's special situation from Tang San. San should be able to awaken a very powerful and high-level martial spirit, although this is also correct, but Tang San's displayed martial spirit is only blue silver grass. The huge gap fell from the heaven of fantasy to the hell of reality in an instant. No one can bear this extremely distorted transformation, right? This is the root cause, and this seems to be the beginning of poisonous milk. But it seems to me that I'm missing an opportunity to obtain this invisible poisonous milk. From Fei's point of view, only by being ridiculed by Su Yuntao's contemptuous tone can he obtain this invisible chance of so-called poisoned milk. But now Su Yuntao saw Tang San only awakened a blue, such a huge transformation of Yunkao might stop him from taking any interest in it. Even what kind of martial spirit Fei awakened might not be able to arouse his contempt, right? And if Fei really awakens some kind of extraordinary martial soul, I'm afraid there will only be the praise from Su Yuntao's mouth and the excitement on his face, right? At this moment, Tang San looked at the blue halo slowly emerging from his right hand. The stretched and mature blue leaves slowly unfurled. Bathed in the golden floating halos seemed to be able to relax freely. Average growth. Blue silver grass. I thought it was a high-level martial soul. It seems that I'm imagining it sentimentally. In such a place, how can ordinary people awaken a high-level martial soul? Su Yuntao shook his head in disappointment. Next. At this moment, Su Yuntao was extremely disappointed. He wished he could quickly awaken the martial soul for the last child and leave this place. That made him heartbroken without looking back. He has no interest in the guy. This is too helpless. Uncle, haven't you tested my spirit power level yet? Seeing that Su Yuntao had already started asking Brother Ju to awaken his spirit, Tang San reminded him. Su Yuntao resisted the feeling of loneliness and helplessness in his heart and said to Tang San, "Little guy, take a look at the blue silver grass you awakened. The little girl just now has 0 level soul power. Silver grass is a martial soul that is so ordinary that it can no longer be ordinary, and it is impossible to have soul power at all. So that's it. Little guy, don't waste my time. I have to rush to the next village. Respected Great Soul Master, I'm not in a hurry. You should test your spirit power for Tang San first. Please test my soul power." Fei looked at Su Yuntao and smiled slightly. How could he not detect it? How do you say that the role of your poisonous milk must be displayed? Otherwise, what you see you? Tang San glanced at Fei gratefully and then looked at Su Yuntao. A gleam of hope shone in his pure eyes, as if he really wanted to know how much his soul power was. I want to know whether my Zuanshan Kung Fu is related to the Soul Master's soul power or not. Su Yuntao looked at Fei, then at Tang San, and then shook his head. Forget it. Isn't his job to help these 6-year-olds awaken their martial spirits, since it's his essence? Just to treat everyone equally. Even if he knew it was Lan Yin KO, he would have to complete a set of procedures for truly awakening his martial soul, and he couldn't bear to refuse such a sincere request from 2 children. After all, who was it? Wasn't he a boy who dreamed of walking the world with his sword? It's a pity that I was born to be a martial soul. Okay then, let's test your soul power and then awaken his martial soul. Su Yuntao knew that it was just testing his soul power, which would not waste too much time on his own. It would be good for this child to give up. At least when he grows up, he would not think about the time when he awakened his martial soul. Blame yourself. It's a good thing you've done. How could the blue silver grass have soul power? How could such an immature, weak and ordinary martial soul have soul power? the ordinary sickle, and hoe are probably able to firmly suppress the blue silver grass's attributes, right? Su Yunteo then signaled Tang San to take back his spirit and put his hand on the crystal ball so that he could test his spirit power level. Compared to those children whose faces were flushed or who wasted a lot of time, Tang San was very fast, but he retracted his spirit in an instant and then put his hand on the crystal ball. Such a high level of comprehension? Alas. It's a pity that the martial soul is a blue silver grass. Maybe the blue silver grass can recover the martial soul faster than others. After all, no matter how complicated it is, such a young grass will not be complicated. Su Yunteo thought that the reason Tang San was able to take back the blue silver grass in such an instant was because the blue silver grass was not a special spirit and didn't need to consume too much energy. Laugh, laugh, laugh. And the moment Tang San's little hand slowly placed on the crystal ball, the originally quiet spirit power seemed to suddenly surge up, accompanied by a series of blue halos that directly swallowed it like rough sea waves. That crystal ball, the vertical and horizontal blue lines are bound together like messy blue and silver grasses. Su Yunteo was stunned. Yes, at this moment, his expression froze. In his fixed memory, as long as the crystal ball can emit a faint light, it means that this person has soul power. But what should such a powerful light constantly flashing mean? Unbelievable. Hiss. Impossible. How could there be a child with innate full soul power? And the martial soul is blue silver grass? Su Yunteo exclaimed. He couldn't believe his eyes at all. The dark green eyes fixed on Tang San's right hand that touched the crystal ball. He was speechless for a while. Innately full of soul power. Jifei's gaze on the side also moved slightly. He clearly saw Tang San bury his left hand backwards in an instant. It seemed that he didn't want others to know that he had another martial soul. Sure enough, it seems that Jifei pondered for a while and seemed to have his own plan brewing. Excuse me, uncle, what is congenital full soul power? Tang San naturally didn't understand these circumscribed terms, and his idea was to ask if he didn't understand, so he began to ask Su Yunteo. After Su Yunteo was excited, he seemed to look regretful again. It is also very simple to explain the innate full soul power. For example, the same martial soul, the same age, and the same starting point of cultivation, but you have the innate full soul strength is level 10 and the other person's soul power is level 5, neither high nor low. So in this way, you are innately ahead of others with 5 levels of soul power. Don't underestimate this level 5. It would take months or even a year for ordinary soul masters to achieve such soul power. And the most important point is that the level of innate soul power can be said to determine the achievement point of a soul master. The higher the level of one's own innate soul power, the faster the speed of complementing each other when practicing meditation in the future. Is the innate full soul power the 10th level? Can't it be higher? Tang San's thoughts were like lightning, and he quickly thought of his Zuanshan Kung Fu. This is natural. The 10th level of innate full soul power is naturally the highest. How can it be higher? Let me tell you this, if a soul master wants to break through the 10th level limit, he needs to absorb the soul ring before he can get it. You can reach a higher level if it is like what you said, your innate soul power has a higher level. For example, if you are at level, then you must have 5 soul rings. Then on the other hand, you have not even awakened your martial soul. Where did the 5 spirit rings come from? Tang San nodded. He seemed to have thought of the reason why his Zuanshan Kung Fu has not broken through. It seems that those so-called traversers with innate soul powers of 50 or 60 levels are simply an insult to IQ. Let me just say, how can crossing be so simple? How could Douluo be so simple? They have no brains at all. Stupid. Jifei sighed, as if he was completely an outsider. In fact, if Su Yunteo's words can be summed up simply, it should be like this. The soul ring is the key to the next stage, and it can also be regarded as the enlightening light. Uncle, is this the soul ring shining on your body? It looks so beautiful. Su Yunteo nodded. That's right. This is the symbol of breaking through the soul master level. Alas, it's a pity. It's really a pity. I think when I first awakened my martial soul, my soul power was only at level 2, but I relied on the help of a lone wolf. Martial soul can be cultivated to such a level. Alas, the blue silver grass is really, even if you awaken a hoe and shovel, I can. Okay, you go to the side first. Alas, it's really a pity to the extreme. Su Yunteo shook his head helplessly. After all, the blue silver grass is a symbol of falsehood. Forget it. Forget it. It's useless to regret. The dumbness has nothing to regret. There may not be many geniuses in this world who are like innate soul power, but without them, it is equally wonderful. It's your turn. Stand in this hexagonal circle. Su Yunteo's calm gaze slowly fell on Ji-Fei, and under the watchful eyes of all the children, Ji-Fei walked slowly into the circle. Tang San's eyes were a little dull. He seemed to have a special feeling slowly spreading when he looked at Ji-Fei, but this special feeling obviously couldn't be described in his own words. Blue silver grass, innately full of soul power. I don't know what kind of martial spirit Brother Ji will awaken. How much is the soul power? Judging from the mouths of this great soul master uncle and grandpa Jack, the soul power and martial soul in this world are still very different. Importantly, then what is Dad's martial spirit? Could it be? End of this chapter. Chapter 11. I would like to ask a question. How should Wuhan be closed? Ji-Fei let out a deep breath. At this moment, Ji-Fei's mood was very complicated. He had a premonition that awakening his martial soul would not be such a simple matter. The fact that the identity was bestowed did not allow Ji-Fei to be so ordinary. In Ji-Fei's own eyes, such extraordinariness should be displayed in two extremes. One is the ultimate powerful, and the other is the ultimate garbage. Wouldn't there be neutralization? Thinking too much, really thinking too much. The real neutralization also belongs to the category of dissatisfaction, and it is also referred to as garbage martial soul. Choose. I chose a mysterious martial spirit. So what kind of surprise will you give me with this mystery? I hope it won't be a shock. Just pray. Su Yunteo slowly mobilized his soul power, and finally, Ji-Fei's body was wrapped up by brilliant rays of light. Ji-Fei only felt that his body was being penetrated by streams of heat. Moreover, this stream of heat is constantly disturbing the meridians all over my body. Slowly, suddenly realize that this is a feeling from above. Raise your right hand. Su Yunteo's words resounded plainly. The depression in his heart had completely taken over. No matter how wonderful the scene was, it obviously couldn't arouse his interest. The endless hesitation and sadness in his heart. Destiny always likes to joke with him. To describe it in another way, that is, my heart is broken. Ji-Fei felt a force that wanted to break out of his body, continuously gathered in his hand from various meridians, and the vague painful feeling was constantly released, disturbing his body. Afterwards, streaks of brilliant blood-red mist instantly enveloped Ji-Fei's hands, but at that very instant, the golden particles of light that were originally wrapped around disappeared without a trace in an instant. It was as if it had never happened before, and this scene also surprised Su Yunteo. What's going on here? This martial soul. A blood-colored torn book that was ordinary and without the slightest ripple just landed slowly on Ji-Fei's right hand without splashing the slightest ripple. Even worse than the azure blue light that surrounded Tang San when he awakened the blue silver grasp before. Halo looks good. Ji-Fei was stunned. There was no earth-shattering awakening ceremony, and no jealousy of disasters. Only a mottled torn book appeared in front of his eyes, and just for a split second, Ji-Fei's eyes instantly froze on together. He suddenly saw two words outlined on the mottled blood book in his hand. System. Ji-Fei's expression was uncertain. He was stunned and speechless for a long time. What does this mean? Is this his martial spirit? Seems weird. No, this is totally weird. Your martial soul is actually a book, and it looks like a martial soul that can be cultivated. Book. In Su Yunteo's impression, it is definitely a martial soul that can be cultivated. It doesn't look like a hoe and shovel. It doesn't look like it has much fighting power, nor is it as soft and weak as the blue silver grass, which has no ability at all. As for the function of the martial soul in this book, Su Yunteo doesn't know, because only the awakened martial soul may be able to realize the specific function of the martial soul in this book. But Su Yunteo suddenly felt that fate seemed to be testing him. Originally, he only thought that the Wuhan awakening ceremony in Shenghan village had reached this point. Obviously there would be no existence that would make his heart flutter. But it seems to be different now. Fate gave me a slap in the face first, and then sent such a genius to remember and encourage me. Is life still so beautiful? Woo woo. I was really wrong. Ji-Fei didn't pay attention to Su Yunteo, but had a special feeling. He felt a special heavy feeling in his head slowly releasing, and he felt a little dizzy, as if he was being weighed down by a heavy weight. The object suppresses the sake. Ji-Fei raised his left hand to touch his head, and suddenly he found a purple mark on his left hand that was constantly flashing with light. Suddenly, Ji-Fei thought of twin martial souls, and hurriedly moved his left hand, putting it down. His eyes settled down slightly, and he seemed to be suppressing his own joy in his heart. The purple mark on his left hand seemed a little strange. Ji-Fei was not in a hurry to urge him to turn it around, because he knew that he should not discuss so many things until he figured out the book Wuhan in front of him tomorrow. Am I also a twin martial spirit? It must be. I remember that Tang San possessed such a hammer symbol, but what I just caught a glimpse of seemed to be only a faint purple halo slowly spreading. But Ji-Fei was able to make such a judgment in an instant. The purple mark definitely represented the twin martial souls. The feeling that comes from the same root is absolutely indelible. That kind of intimacy will definitely not be imagined out of thin air. Ji-Fei seemed to be able to feel the gap in the fundamental sense. What is the fundamental gap? Undoubtedly, at this moment, there seems to be a big gap between the system book martial soul in Ji-Fei's hand and the purple mark on the other hand. Little guy, do you know what the function of your martial soul is? Try to understand it. Su Yunteo excitedly reminded Dao Ji-Fei to feel his book spirit quickly and see if he had any special abilities. Auxiliary type of book. Fighting type book. Defense type book. Control type book. In his opinion, this martial soul is definitely the most dazzling in the villages he has visited recently, and it must possess special power, and this special point of power will definitely be able to support the little guy in front of him to become a very powerful soul division. He is extremely convinced of this. This kind of firm belief is as if he firmly believes that even if Lanyan Ko has innate full soul power, he will never cultivate to become a powerful soul master. Ji-Fei shook his head. I can't feel the effect of the martial soul in this book. It's just a strange feeling, and there is a sense of depression spreading. Brother Ji's awakened martial soul. Tang San looked at Ji-Fei, who was standing inside the hexagonal circle holding up the mottled blood book, and was also stunned. He couldn't help but think of his own blue silver grass. It seems that the gap is not so small. But there is still a mark on my left hand. It seems to be completely different from the feeling of Lanyan Ko. Let's go back and ask my father before making a conclusion. Maybe I have two spirits? Didn't perceive it? Su Yunteo frowned. How is this possible? Your book spirits can be said to be very complicated. It can be said that 10 book spirits have 10 different effects. There is no similarity at all, and neither do I. I can guess what is the ability of your martial soul in this book. Are you trying to use your soul power? Su Yunteo patted himself on the head. I was too anxious. You take back your martial soul to test your soul power first. A martial soul like you still has soul power. Even if it may not, it's the same as a child's innate full soul power just now, but it must not be much different. If you also have innate full soul power, then it's really great. Ji-Fei frowned. He didn't hide anything from Su Yunteo. He really felt that his martial soul in this book was very depressing, especially when Ji-Fei's eyes were fixed on the two systems outlined on the cover. When I was writing, I felt a very special feeling being continuously released. What about uniqueness? Then Ji-Fei can only say that the feeling brought by the purple halo on his left hand is extremely comfortable. That kind of intimacy feels like Ji-Fei has truly integrated into the natural feeling, and Ji-Fei also feels seeing that it was very dangerous and extremely powerful. The indirect flashes of purple light seemed to drain all the energy in Ji-Fei's body. Why can't you take it back? Ji-Fei recalled the tricks of the children in front of him and tried to take back his mottled blood book martial soul, but found that no matter what he did, he couldn't take it back, as if he had a sense of isolation from it. Can't you take it back? It is also the first time Su Yunteo has seen such a strange imagination. How can the martial soul not be taken back because it is unique to a person? This is absolutely impossible. Would you try again? Ji-Fei immediately shook his head. It still doesn't work. Let me tell you this. If I hadn't really seen the martial soul in my hand, I might feel that I don't have a martial soul. Ji-Fei's words made Su Yunteo fall into deep thought again. Jifen's hand slowly slipped away, and he saw the Scholar's system book floating in the sky like this, without any strange imagination, as if it was hung in the air by a thread, but obviously there was absolutely no thread. The other children present seemed to be anxiously waiting. Tang San's eyes were also a little at a loss. He felt that this matter would never be so simple. Jifen's awakened martial spirit was a book, but he couldn't take it back. How could it be impossible to take it back? He saw with his own eyes that even the slender hoe could be retracted. And obviously it only needs a little force. There is no need to suffocate your blushing face at all. And when you want to take back the martial spirit, you are also a little impatient and want to return to your body quickly. Why can't you take it back? Tang San was also caught in thinking at the moment. Could it be that I have to tell you to take this martial soul before it can be taken back? I'm going to go. This martial soul is the voice activated type. Jifen's expression seemed to be a little ugly, and he didn't dare to judge himself in his heart. Other words true. You're right. This system book is voice activated. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. Who? What's the matter with you? Is something wrong? A soft and delicate voice sounded like an explosion in Jifen's mind, and then he jumped up on the spot, startling Su Yuntao, who was in deep thought, and quickly asked Jifen what's wrong. No, it's just that I seem to have thought of a way to take back my martial soul just now. Oh, really? Then you try it quickly. In that case, we can test your soul power as soon as possible. Su Yuntao's eyes brightened. He was eager to know what level Jifen's own soul power was. Book martial soul. If it has soul power, it is definitely worth cultivating. At this moment, Jifen suddenly felt a pair of soft and icy hands around his neck, and then Jifen's eyes suddenly focused. He looked at little doll. Spirits? Demons and ghosts? At this moment, an elf with fair skin about 7 or 8 inches, about 20 centimeters, and wearing a light blue skirt has slightly curved hair on his head, with green ribbons floating behind him. If you say she is small, she is well developed, but if you say she is decent, she looks very small. If you look at it so carefully, it seems to be that kind of natural feeling, with a little bit of delicateness and a different visual impact. Afterwards, a trace of chill spread over Jifen's body at an extremely fast speed, but Jifen's eyes looked at other people around him still didn't seem to have any sense of turmoil, so he was sure that he was the only one who could see in the current scene people. What ghost are you? A monster or a devil? Jifen asked tentatively. Monster? You think too much. If I were a monster, I might just lie on your neck and bite your neck fiercely. My name is Douluo. You can see it as another manifestation of your soul power. The method, of course, does not rule out that your system book Wuhan is responsible for it. Green radish. Radish. The radish? Why does this name feel a bit weird? And it's so daydreaming that you wouldn't give yourself such a name just because you are as tall as a radish name? Looking at the small and exquisite elf who claimed to be alive in front of him, Jifen was also stunned with exquisite facial features. What kind of logic is this? What the hell did I wake up to? System manual? Why don't you tell me that I've awakened a system manual? Will you also send me a soul ring configuration as a package? Thinking of this, Jifen's gaze couldn't help becoming excited. This feeling is good. Awakening a system with a million-year soul ring. I'm afraid that she is really a carrot. A book attached to oneself by the radish soul ring. What kind of effect will that have? Who knows? I dare not imagine such an existence. What a joke. You're wrong again. I hate this name too, and I don't have any soul ring configuration. Your martial soul is very strange, especially this martial soul named system book. At least that's what I understand of. Can you read my inner thoughts? Jifen stared at the life in front of him in surprise. No. Douluo replied very simply. Then how do you know what I just thought? Jifen continued to ask. Jifen then shook his head. It seems that this is not his first spirit ring. It seems very boring. Originally thought that if he awakened a martial spirit, he could get a spirit ring with him. And this Douluo can talk and looks so cold. That must be a million-year level soul beast, or it's a million-year-old radish. No matter how bad it is definitely a 10-year level soul beast or carrot monster. This is the gift God gave him. Although I can't absorb it now, I have to raise it for nothing before I absorb it. Because the more you see it, the more you will know. Douluo then slowly floated into the air and then landed firmly on Jifei's shoulder, looking like an iceberg that couldn't be approached, her restrained green eyes staring at nowhere. Although you are theoretically my master and should not be called a friend, I advise you not to have any wrong thoughts. Although I don't know what kind of existence I'm now, you may not be able to beat me. Be careful, I will eat you first. Jifei was taken aback for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. I can't absorb it. Why do you tell me so much? I, Jifei, have awakened a martial soul by myself, and you still give me an iceberg, arrogant little witch. If you are like this, it is difficult for me to accept it. Although I can bear it, I feel weird in my heart on the whole. Your body is very strange. Originally, your martial soul should not belong to this book. Douluo's cold voice sounded again. Hearing Douluo's words, Jifei was also taken aback. It should be, I seem to have two-handed martial souls, and twin martial souls in the other hand. It really feels like a strange existence, and I don't know much about the original book. Yes, even before I finished watching it, it was a wonderful time travel. I only know that the twin martial souls are very powerful and can have special abilities that other people can't do. It seems that nothing can be hidden from this Douluo of unknown origin. Pay attention to the words. I'm not some unknown existence, but a special manifestation of your own soul power. Jifei felt that he had provoked a very troublesome existence, and he spoke coldly, as if she was about to do something terrible. If you said one more word, then since you said that you are another form of presentation of my soul power, can you tell me about the function of my system book martial soul? Function? I only know a little bit, and you don't know the function of your own martial soul? Ah. Jifei was at a loss. I really don't know. Little guy, how did you try it out? Can you take back your martial soul? We still have to test the level of soul power. Su Yuntao's words brought Jifei back to his thoughts. At this moment, he completely forgot that he was still awakening his martial soul. Su Yuntao seemed to be anxiously waiting for him to test his own soul power. Are there any tests? No matter how bad I am, Jifei, I should be born with full soul power, right? Is it Douluo? I knew you would bring me such a surprise. Jifei touched his head in embarrassment. Douluo, I'm a little embarrassed to take back my words in front of so many people, don't you think? Douluo glanced at the system book indifferently, and the system book suddenly trembled, and then disappeared. Su Yuntao was stunned to see the book spirit that was originally floating suddenly disappeared, but then he felt relieved when he saw Jifei's indifferent expression. Perhaps the peculiar book spirit should have such a unique way to withdraw it. Phew. I seem to have really awakened a very powerful martial spirit. No, it should be two. Jifei thought in his heart that he must ask clearly after a while. Let's test your soul power. Su Yuntao put the crystal ball in front of Jifei. Jifei then slowly put his hand on the crystal ball. Under the witness of everyone, especially Tang San, he clenched his hand subconsciously and seemed to be muttering something. Su Yuntao's concentrated green eyes seemed to penetrate everything, tightly fitting on the crystal ball, carefully watching the unique light spot emanating from the crystal ball, and at the same time wanting to see the level of Jifei's soul power for the first time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 4 seconds, 5 seconds. I'm most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became awkward. Jifei frowned. He stroked the crystal ball with his right hand, but still nothing special happened. But the crystal ball felt like it was about to be touched by him, glowing and eating up. Surprisingly, there is no change at all. What's going on here? End of this chapter. Chapter 13 System Shoes in Me, Luo and -039, S narration, GFEI and -039, S deep thinking. 1. What's going on here? Jifei's gaze was slightly hesitant. Even though he roughly understood the setting and function of soul masters and soul power, he obviously hadn't seen what was going on in his situation. You fix this for me? If I, Jifei, do not show my soul power for a second, it is indeed acceptable. But after 3, 4, 5 seconds, there is still no change. Aren't you just playing me, Jifei? Ugh. Su Yuntao's regret instantly made Jifei's expression even more gloomy. From Su Yuntao's deep sigh, he could feel an unprecedented sense of disappointment, even far surpassing what Tang San had just learned. It's a pity to have innate full soul power. You don't have any soul power. As predicted, the crystal ball did not show any soul power, which meant that the person tested did not have the slightest soul power. Moreover, Jifen's ordinariness even surpassed those children without martial spirits before. They more or less seemed to be able to light up a thread of soul power in the crystal ball, and Jifei in front of him was completely, there was no splash at all. It's like stroking a broken stone. The existence of book-like martial souls without any soul power is indeed as strange as Lanai Ko's innate full soul power, and it's still so much more than that. Damn. How is this possible? What about IQ? Are you kidding me? Jifei was stunned on the spot. Faced with such a situation, I'm afraid that I will be instantly confused. This is simply not something people do. I don't have soul power. How is this possible? Is this a joke for yourself? I awakened a system book martial soul and another unknown twin martial soul, but you gave me such a new Lan without a martial soul. You tell me that I have no soul power. Where is my fantasy? Where is my Douluo Continent title Douluo dream? What about my dream of becoming a god? You Suyanteo, I really want to bite you to death. Is this ball detected wrongly? Or is it because the ball has been out of service for a long time, so my own soul power can't be detected? Jifei looked at Suyanteo. He couldn't call out Luo to discuss it at this time. After all, he needed to summon the system book martial soul by himself, and it was inevitable to ask Suyanteo in person. And it might be true. Whether a cold existence like Luo would tell me, you are wrong again. I'm another way of presenting your own soul power. From another level, I can also control your martial soul at will. Suddenly, Luo appeared in front of Jifei out of thin air, her exquisite figure suspended in the air, and her eyes with light green eyes met Jifei. Then you don't want to explain? Jifei's face was also a little gloomy. This was not an ordinary thing. Although he didn't know the meaning of not having soul power, he could also perceive it from the disappointment on Suyanteo's face. Your soul power is a bit special, especially this book martial soul is even more unique. It is like an uncivilized martial soul binding your own soul power. Maybe this is a reason why you don't have any soul power. Jifei's expression was very dignified. The martial soul in the system book was an exception. This should be one of the wishes he obtained from the 7 choices at the beginning. He had a martial soul in his own body, but he didn't know what the martial soul was. I don't know, but it was because of this appearance that he paid extra attention. Being bound? Does that mean I can't become a soul master? Jifei asked. It can't be generalized. This needs to be proved after trying. I can live in your system book, and I can also deploy the soul power in it, but it seems that I don't have soul power. You know, I can't move without soul power. Luo explained. Then why are you still active now? Didn't I say it a long time ago? You have 2 martial souls. Your second martial soul and this book martial soul are 2 different and familiar existences. Oh, what a pity. It's really a pity. How can a holy soul village make me regret it twice? It's really disgusting. It's too disgusting. Suyanteo raised his sharp wolf claws and waved them wildly, as if he completely burst out his suppressed emotions in an instant. This is simply playing him like a monkey. But Suyanteo suddenly felt that this seemed to be all because of his own passion. Although the fundamental reason is that these 2 are too weird, but the expectations I set for them are indeed too high and too high. Oh, what a waste of my time. Damn it. Uncle, Brother G has no soul power, but with such a special martial soul, can't he cultivate? Shouldn't he be much stronger than me? Why do you both look a little depressed? Tang San on the side didn't understand. He could feel the specialness and strength of Jifei's awakened martial spirit, but he didn't understand the meaning of this powerful martial spirit, but no soul power. No matter how bad it was stronger than his blue silver grass that could be seen everywhere, right? Hearing the words, Suyanteo seemed to be aware of his gaffe, and then he stabilized his mind, looking at Tang San. It's the same as your waste martial soul, but possessing innate full soul power. Even if your martial soul is powerful enough but without the slightest soul power, it is impossible to even start cultivation. After all, the time gap is too big, and now the time of 6 years old is too hasty, and the best age for every soul master to practice has specific meaning. Yes, start from level 0 soul power now. I'm afraid the daylily will be cold after he succeeds. And the two concepts you mentioned are fundamentally different. What you have is the soul power of blue silver grass. It is true that the garbage is not as good as that book like Mysterious Martial Soul, but when a book like Martial Soul has if it is accompanied by the slightest innate soul power, it is actually no different from garbage. Now I understand why it took him so long to recover a martial soul. He has no soul power, he is considered a special existence to be able to recover a martial soul. Even if he has a first level soul power, that's still a hope. In that case, he can also rely on such a martial soul to practice soul power. But how could the martial spirit of the book class not have soul power attached? Obviously even one waste. Oh, that's all. That's all. It seems that everything has a definite existence. Don't force it. Don't force it. In the end, it really comes down to nothing. As soon as the words fell, Su Yunteo quickly put away the materials and then walked outside without looking back. Just as Ji Fei came back to his senses, he suddenly discovered that he and Tang San were the only two left in the entire Wuhan temple at this time, and the rest of them had left. It seemed that it happened not long ago. Brother Ji, don't be sad, it's just that I don't have soul power. Look at me, although I have innate full soul power, but I only have a waste martial soul like blue silver grass. Let's form a team and fight together. And what's the matter if you don't have soul power? At worst, let's start training from level 0. At least it's much stronger than my weak innate martial soul. Tang San patted his head, as if he wanted to comfort Ji Fei, but he could only think of such words as comfort. But do these words seem to be comforting Ji Fei? If other people heard it, it would be a naked blow. Can you compare with someone who is born full of soul power and tomorrow's soul power? Now you are considered a soul master, while Ji Fei is an ordinary person. Little Sanzi, do you have such a comforting person? Well, what a pity. Remember that all roads lead to success. If you don't stay here, you have to stay here. Anyway, I'm in a good mood. Your system book Martial Soul should have a special ability. I seemed to notice it when I adjusted my soul power just now. Luo's cold words suddenly rang out from the side. What special ability? Ji Fei suddenly became excited, sweeping away the feeling of loneliness just now. Inscription Martial Soul. Simply put, you can draw or write the martial soul you want on this system book, and then it can become your own martial soul. Luo was a little puzzled. Something is not quite right. How could it be possible to have such a strange martial spirit? That means I can have unlimited martial souls? Ji Fei said with emotion. Luo waved her hand. Think about it too much. There must be many restrictions, but I don't know the details, and I'm not a know-it-all, so you can find out by yourself. Anyway, what I'm looking forward to is your second martial soul. The second martial soul. Ji Fei felt that these things were a bit dreamy. So what is his second martial soul? End of this chapter. Chapter 14 System Books in Me. Luo and 039's explanation. Ji Fei meditated with relief. Limited. Ji Fei knew that, although Luo didn't know what the system book overview was, in the final analysis she definitely knew more than himself. It may be that you need to apply the spirit ring multiple times, or the number of spirits you draw is limited. Of course, this is just my guess. Luo suddenly reminded Ji Fei. Applying spirit rings multiple times? Ji Fei seemed to have thought of something in an instant. Yes, the characteristic of martial souls is that, if they want to break through, they need to plunder and kill soul beasts to obtain soul rings. If there is really a limit, Ji Fei can only contact this point. Ji Fei took the quantity limit into consideration. No matter how perverted they were, there would be some unwarranted restrictions. There are also advantages. At least it can provide Ji Fei with a lot of martial arts. Of course, first of all, Ji Fei has to draw a little more like and powerful martial arts. The number is unknown. Ji Fei thought that Luo was similar to the system. An elf-like existence can answer my questions for me. I didn't expect. But this looks amazing. But what is it? When you look at it carefully? Speaking from another level, Ji Fei needs to cultivate with a martial soul that absolutely suppresses the strength in the early stage in order to guarantee his own cultivation. And what is the most deadly thing that Ji-Fei has encountered in front of him is that Ji-Fei doesn't have the slightest soul power. That proves that Ji-Fei needs to cultivate his own soul power to the 10th level first. But this kind of thinking is completely unrealistic, and the hope is extremely slim. It doesn't seem to be tasteless. It seems that I'm very powerful and have countless martial arts, but it may also require me to hunt and kill martial arts to obtain the soul ring. However, my own soul power level is assimilated by the system book rather than a martial soul. If my soul is 1 level, then what I need to pay attention to right now is the improvement of my own soul power. But what is surprising to me is that the initial soul power is 0 level. Subconsciously, Ji-Fei looked at his left hand. Tang San has the clear sky hammer that can enhance his own soul power to innate full soul power. So from this point of view, my martial soul doesn't seem to be a powerful martial soul. Is aptitude limited? Is this what Tang San said about innate aptitude? Haha, it's ridiculous. This means that even if I have a myriad of martial spirits, a slight limitation in the flaw would be extremely fatal to me. Now it's like being tightly restrained by the throat, and being able to linger on is not enough for me to act, let alone fantasize about flying, and the gap with Tang San will become wider and wider in the future. No way. Actually, you don't need to be depressed. At worst, just give up the cultivation of the first martial soul. I will give you more help when you activate your second martial soul. This is a destiny of fate. It belongs to me, and it is also yours. Luo's pale green eyes stared at Ji-Fei deeply, and Ji-Fei could feel that something was wrong with Luo's expression now, as if there was something to hide, and she didn't say anything. Do you want me to cultivate a second martial spirit? Can Luo tell me who you are? Ji-Fei's voice became surprisingly calm for the first time. I said it a long time ago. I'm another manifestation of your soul power, and I'm also your nemesis. Luo smiled slightly, while Ji-Fei was a little dazed, because Luo's smile made people feel like a spring breeze, and at the same time, he also focused his words on the word nemesis. Nemesis? What is nemesis? Ji-Fei murmured. Restraint thing. What's wrong with you, brother Ji? Tang San's words drew Ji-Fei's attention. It's like water can overcome fire. Anyway, it means that it can't be extinguished, and can't be merged. Little San knows a lot. Ji-Fei fell into deep thought. Is the system book not as enjoyable as the system? It seems that I have abandoned a better choice. Undoubtedly, although I have such a martial spirit that I'm familiar with, the biggest limitation is that my own soul power is only at level 0, which is what Su Yunteo said, has no soul power. If I make up for it from now on, I will need it. How much time is wasted? This is a critical question. And considering the pros and cons of my martial spirit comprehensively, it is undoubtedly a disadvantage now. No soul power. Without soul power, wouldn't it be the same to use any martial soul without soul power? You are still thinking wrong. I said it a long time ago. Your second spirit is different from your first spirit. Your first spirit is a closed container that cannot be opened. Container, you are different from others. Each of your 2 martial souls has its own soul power. I can tell you that the soul power of your second martial soul is. Ji-Fei was shocked when he heard it. Really? It's no good to lie to you. Luo replied flatly. However, you can also choose to try to open the shackle that seals the power of your first martial soul. In that case, you can also get a kind of shackle, which is the best choice. When your cultivation level reaches the title Douluo, tens of thousands of martial souls are released, and the posture of unleashing all skills is absolutely invincible to the existence of the entire Douluo Continent. Don't think this is a compliment. Other people can do it if they have such a martial soul. Originally, Ji-Fei felt that Luo was out of shape, but the last sentence firmly pushed back his thoughts that had just popped up. Impossible. Ji-Fei shook his head. Human soul power is limited. Even a title Douluo has a fixed threshold of soul power. It cannot be infinite soul power. Even if you are stronger than a title Douluo, you can't display many martial spirits either. At most, I just choose to draw a top martial soul to specialize in. Ji-Fei was very helpless. If he continued like this, there would soon be a gap between him and Tang San. What would he like for his first spirit? His thoughts were gradually pulled back. Fei glanced at Tang San beside him, and then raised his left hand to look at it. The flashing purple marks, that very special feeling seemed to be slowly released again. But this faint purple imprint seems to be shrouded, and it is impossible to see what the imprint looks like. At this moment, if you lift up the right hand of Zhao Sanzi, you should be able to see the imprint of the clear sky hammer, right? At least in my imagination, the original work should be like this. Although I haven't read the entire book, there are many things that I need in the future. I have taken care of it, but suddenly feel that I have no skills. What will this martial soul look like if it manifests? Forget it. Let's wait until we go back. Little Sanzi, let's go. It's time to go back and make lunch. I feel like I'm hungry. It took so long to awaken a martial soul. After touching his stomach, Fei walked out first. The child spirit beside you should be the clear sky hammer, right? And the blue silver grass, his mother should be Yin. The 10-year-old soul beast blue silver grass transformed, so his father is Tang Heo, right? Lula's voice sounded again, and Fei could hear the disdain in her words. How do you know? You don't know it from the memory in my mind again. Fei looked a little ugly, but don't say it. None of your ideas are correct. Luo replied indifferently. You will know later, and I'm not interested in your memory. You just need to know not to trust Tang Heo's words, and it's best to learn to disguise your emotions, and it's best not to be hostile to them before you become stronger. Are you overthinking it? Xianzhen and I are the same age, and Uncle Tang has raised me for 6 years. How could I cause them to be hostile? Fei felt that Luo's words were a bit alarmist. Same age. Your idea is very funny. I can tell you clearly that the age you really existed in this world is about the same as this child's grandfather. Well, that is a taboo legend. You only need to know that you are now. It's fine if it's very weak. And you, Fei, couldn't be named by Tang Heo, right? You obviously have a double surname. Fei. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, The Fantastic Fei. Who the hell are you? Fei still couldn't help but wanted to get to the bottom of it, because Luo felt particularly uncomfortable, no matter where she came from or what she said. He was only 6 years old now, and Tang Heo once said that he was only a few days older than Tang San, and Tang Heo picked it up. Picked it up? How old are you? Who am I? Luo recalled a little bit. The person who has a close relationship with you. I used to be a soul master, but I was sealed by a very hateful guy, and now I'm going to come to him revenge around me. The bad feeling in Fei's heart became more and more intense. You can't be talking about me, are you? Did we know each other before? Why don't I remember you? Luo gave Fei a look, and there was nothing to say, as if she wanted Fei to savor it by herself. The other side. Su Yunteo sighed deeply and looked at old Jack not far away with a gloomy expression. And old Jack probably knew that he could know something from Su Yunteo's gloomy complexion by observing his words and expressions, and then he hurried up to meet him. What's wrong with you, Great Soul Master? Why are you so gloomy? Could it be that the whole army has been wiped out? Is there not even a single good seedling? Su Yunteo shook his head. His complexion became even more ugly. Oh, if it is true that the whole army is wiped out as you said, then I won't be so depressed. I'm afraid that a real genius is also a real genius at the same time. What a waste. What did the Great Soul Master say? Old Jack's face was dull, and a little excited sweat was condensing and swelling on the old face. What did he hear? Genius. How do you say this? I don't know how to say it. I can only say that it's too weird. Your Holy Soul Village has indeed produced 2 eye-catching geniuses. It's really a genius. And there are 2? Is this true? Did the prayer really work? Master Soul Saint has appeared and wants to protect our Holy Soul Village again. Old Jack looked very excited, obviously forgetting Su Yunteo's ugly face at the moment. Don't be too happy. I just said that those 2 are both geniuses and trash. Ah. Old Jack's expression suddenly froze when he heard this, and he looked at Su Yunteo in surprise. Great Soul Master. Hey, among the children this year, there is indeed one with soul power, and he is born with full soul power, but the martial soul is actually a ridiculous blue silver grass. There is also a higher level martial soul, but a trace of soul power none. Su Yunteo said with a gloomy expression. Ah, innately full of soul power. Blue silver grass? High level martial souls have no soul power. How could it be like this? This is a complete joke. It would be great if these two could be combined. Old Jack trembled his hands, and his original excitement completely dissipated. He couldn't believe that such a strange event would happen in their Holy Soul village. This is simply unacceptable. What is the meaning of innate full soul power? Of course he knew it, but he also knew about the blue silver grass Wuhan. Even worse than his Wuhan. Advanced martial soul. What does this mean? According to the legend, Master Soul Saint of Holy Soul Village also awakened a high-level martial spirit. That means that person may become the next Lord Soul Sage. What is this to Holy Soul Village? Great glory, but how could he not have the slightest soul power? How could a high-level martial soul have no soul power at all? Can a great soul master start training from level 0 if he doesn't have soul power? Can't Blue Silver Grass continue to practice? Old Jack is eager to know the hope of igniting the future of Saint Soul Village. Su Yunteo sighed, pursed his lips and said, I also know that as the village chief, you really want a soul master to come out of Saint Soul Village, and I can understand what you said. Su Yunteo patted Old Jack on the shoulder. Indeed, it is possible to start cultivation from level 0, but think about how much resources it will consume. Moreover, even if he becomes a soul master in the future, the real value, where is it again? There is also blue silver grass, although it has innate full soul power. What kind of soul master can it become in the future? Well, as you said, if those two little guys can complement each other it would be very good, and it should even be said that they can become the most powerful genius I have ever met, but it is a pity that they are two people and not one person. Okay, I have to rush to the next village. Take care. Let's go. Sigh. The feeling of poisonous milk is just my own psychological effect. What kind of ironclad Su Yunteo is completely different from what I remember before. Fei looked at Su Yun who was going away. Tao was very helpless. His own assumptions had gone wrong. Brother G, how should a soul master obtain a soul ring? Tang San was very curious about the novelty that had just been revealed from Su Yunteo, but it was hard for him to continue asking questions since Su Yunteo had left. How should I get the soul ring? Fei can't say that you can just ask your father and cry for it. You can pick any soul beast under 10 years. Just when Fei was thinking about how to explain to Tang San, that Old Jack suddenly walked over. Fei, San, you two have come out. Suddenly, Old Jack seemed to think of what Su Yunteo said just now, and asked with some hesitation. The Great Soul Master just said that one was born with full soul power, but awakened the blue silver grass, and the other awakened a high level martial soul. Couldn't the two without soul power be you? Fei and Tang San nodded together. Fei said, I'm the one with high level martial spirit, but no soul power. Tang San said with some surprise, although I'm born with full spirit power. The Great Spirit Master said that the blue silver grass has no cultivation value. Oh, indeed. Old Jack seemed to want to scream up to the sky. This is really a big joke made by the heavens. They finally had such a glimmer of hope in the Holy Soul Village, but it was annihilated alive. This is the dissatisfaction of Lord Soul Saint. Why not protect the Holy Soul Village, where he was born? Old Jack squatted down slowly. His waist seemed to be severely suppressed by complicated things. As the head of a village, he naturally had his own prayers, and the awareness of being a commoner came from the noble's suppression. And the only thing that can overthrow all of this is to have a soul master stand up. Lord Soul Sage once stood up, but failed in the end. That was the lost hope of Holy Soul Village. Both of you are good children of Holy Soul Village. Although Fei was adopted by Tang Heo to our Holy Soul Village, we all regard you as a member of Holy Soul Village. It's a pity that God is jealous of talents. You have a higher level martial soul has no soul power, and Zayazan, if it's not your kind of father, maybe you can awaken a good martial soul. $2. Tell Grandpa Jack, if you want to go to the academy, to learn more esoteric what about your soul master knowledge, Even if you don't have soul power, Xiao Fei, you can still practice from level 0. Even if Xiao San's martial soul is blue silver grass, you can still work hard to become stronger. Jifei's eyes flickered slightly. Is it becoming stronger? I don't have any soul power now. It seems very troublesome. It seems that it is a lot of trouble to solve such a thing. Grandpa Jack, I still need to ask Dad about it. As for Brother G, oh, me. I'm free. If Xiao wants to go, I'll go too. Jifei waved his hands. The Soul Master Academy is indeed a good springboard for the starting point, but in the end it's just a kind of restraint. I really don't have any goals now. I feel that it's pretty good to stay by Tang San's side. Let's take a step at a time. I don't like to stay with a hypocrite like the Master, and I can't say that he is a hypocrite. It's just that he believes in the psychology that ordinary men should have. Okay, this is my one-sided understanding. I don't understand the original work. I know that some fan novels are written like this. If you think about the grievances and hatreds of Bibidang and the like, it will be troublesome and long. Keep it up. It's not good. Old Jack took a deep look at Fei and Tang San. Let's go. Grandpa will take you two home and have a good talk with that Tang Heo. This time, old Jack showed a very determined look in his eyes, which he hadn't seen in decades. The decision in his heart must be realized. Although Tang Heo's sloppy ghost is a bit inappropriate, he still has to go and have a good talk with him. High level martial arts and innate full soul power. Maybe after many years, two soul saints will be able to walk out of Saint's Soul Village maybe. End of this chapter. Chapter 16. The earnest old Jack hates Tang Heo online. The scorching sun at noon swayed on the ground, and countless beams of light like sharp swords fell on the body, which made people feel very bored and annoyed all at once. Fei and Tang San returned to the dilapidated wooden house under the leadership of old Jack. According to Tang Heo's living habits in the past, Tang Heo should be sleeping soundly now. Tang Heo. Tang Heo. Old Jack stood at the door of the room and shouted loudly. He was thinking about how he should talk to Tang Heo, but after thinking about it, he couldn't come up with a good solution. The most he could do was to impose the majesty of the village head of his holy soul village, who is yelling outside. Don't you know the rule of not posting at noon here? Those who yell and don't know think it's the end of the day. Tang Heo lifted the curtain of the door. His somewhat bloated face was completely angry. It seemed that if he disturbed his nap, he would not be able to see his normal expression. Enter the eye. Tang Heo saw Fei and Tang San first, and seemed to have expected something, and finally his eyes stayed on Fei for a moment before slowly looking at old Jack beside him. Fei naturally also noticed Tang Heo's special gaze looking at him, and was a little surprised for a moment. Why did this gaze look so penetrating? Maybe it's your own psychological effect. Maybe. Possible. Old Jack looked at Tang Heo's decadent face, and he couldn't get angry for a while. He stared at Tang Heo angrily. Look at your ugly face. Which one of the children is going to awaken the martial soul? Accompanied by your parents? You actually stayed at home and slept soundly. Little Feezy, what is your martial spirit? And little Samsy? It can be seen that Tang Heo's eyes stayed on Fei for a moment, and there seemed to be some depression in the slightly decadent eyes, but then he felt something was wrong, and asked Tang San at the side again. Why do you feel that Uncle Tang cares about my awakened martial soul? What does it mean? Fei's expression was dull, and he always had some strange feeling in his heart, but he didn't know how to describe such a strange feeling. Father, my martial spirit is blue silver grass. Tang San didn't think about anything like Fei, and directly told Tang Heo that the Wuhan he awakened was the blue silver grass. Blue silver grass? Tang Heo's originally gloomy eyes fluctuated a little. What a familiar name. Blue silver grass. What a deep obsession. In the past time started from blue silver grass and ended with blue silver grass, and now it will begin again and again. My martial soul is a book. Fei thought for a while, but couldn't figure out why Tang Heo wanted to know his own martial soul so urgently, even more than his son's awakened martial soul. A book. Are you sure it's a book? Tang Heo pondered for a moment and asked hastily. You release it, and I'll take a look. Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. At this time, the old Jack on the side stepped forward, looked at Fei and Tang San. What's the matter? What's the use of you caring now? Xiao Fei's martial soul foundation is what the great soul master said is advanced martial soul. But it just doesn't have any soul power, and although Xiao's martial soul is blue silver grass, it has innate full soul power. So I have decided, although our village only has one place for part-time students and not in college, but I will go fight hard. Let these two dolls go to not in college, to learn the knowledge of soul masters together. And the travel expenses are all covered by our village. No soul power. Is there really no soul power? And is the awakened martial soul really a book? How could it be a book? It should be awakened to inherit the martial soul. Tang Heo's eyes flickered. There was a flash of light, but then passed away quickly, as if it would not be noticed by others. Is this the current Tang Heo? It seems that many things have happened in the past few years, and he has become so decadent. I don't know if that old guy Tang Chen knows that his descendants will become like this. Will he vomit blood and die? Luo stood on Jifei's shoulder and stared at the astonished Tang Heo. Destroy. Jifei, I'm advising you in the name of your closest person, it's best to leave here as soon as possible. As for where to go, it's up to you, but I'm really worried about you staying here. Although this Tang Heo will not find my traces, but he is also a not simple existence. If you want me to leave, tell me the cause and effect of all this. Jifei's tone also became tough. This Luo really made him angry, and he told himself about this cloud when he appeared. The words in the fog made people really angry. It's not realistic. Luo replied. Then what you said before is unrealistic. Jifei was a bit more forceful. Although he felt that Luo might be inextricably related to him, Jifei felt that he was being manipulated by her now. You. Luo clenched her silver teeth. Forget it, it's up to you. Anyway, if you can't say it, you can't say it. Just remember what I said before, and sooner or later you will know. As soon as the words fell, Luo disappeared. No. No one is allowed to go. Just as Jifei came back to his senses, he heard Tang Heo's deep voice directly rejecting old Jack's proposal. Jifei seemed a little dazed. Did he react so strongly? Old Jack's expression seemed even more surprised. Tang Heo, what did you say? Do you have the ability to say it again? I said no. I just can't. No one is allowed to go. Tang Heo, don't you know how important it is to be able to enter the academy to study? Even if there is a soul sage in our holy soul village, there is only one quota for a year. I can fight to make up for next year's quota by this year. Do you know how rare such an opportunity is? If Fei and Tang San can enter the academy to study and become soul masters in the future, do you know what an honor it will be? Do you think that the only thing you can do is blacksmithing? Faced with old Jack's earnest words, Tang Heo obviously didn't even want to pay attention to him. He just said indifferently, HMPH. I don't care what you say, I just know that if the two of them leave, no one will pay for it. No one will cook for me after I light the fire. And I'm going to live my life like you said, and I will leave the work of blacksmithing to the two of them in the future. Besides, what do you think is the use of awakening a high-level martial soul for a person without soul power? So what if the blue silver grass is innately full of soul power? The low starting point of a waste martial soul is the original sin. What you say is really like a Jude. If I were to say it, I would never be able to say it, because I don't have such confidence. Jifei chuckled secretly. As a titled Douluo, an existence at the top of the pyramid on the entire Douluo continent definitely has confidence, no matter what he says, especially for a superclass existence like Tang Heo. Tang Heo. Not to mention that Xiao Fei has a high-level martial soul. Even if he starts from 0 level soul power, he will definitely be able to reach the 10th level within a few years. Let's talk about Xiao Sanzi. As long as he enters the academy, he will be able to obtain the soul power ring. Even if it is a soul ring of the worst quality, Xiao San can become a soul master. Do you know how long it has been since there was a soul master in our holy soul village? And you know how great it is for Tang San to be a soul master? Old Jack still earnestly wants Tang Heo to change his stubborn thoughts. At worst, I'll light the fire and iron for you, and I'll cook for you. You must let Xiao Fei and Tang San go to the academy to study. Old Jack stomped his feet fiercely, as if this was his final bottom line. Is it possible that he really wants to dismantle his old bones? That's right, as long as these two future soul masters can go to the academy to study, then it's nothing if his old Jack takes this life. This is seeking good fortune for their holy soul village. HMPH. As for your old bones, you should go home and take care of yourself early. Learn how to forge a fire. I'm afraid I'll be the one to support you in the end. Tang Heo shook his hands, apparently scoffing at old Jack's proposal. Isn't your purpose just to prove that a soul master can come out of Saint Soul Village? After all, the illusory legend of the soul saint can't be suppressed anymore. You should go quickly. I have to go to sleep. I don't have time to entertain you. Tang Heo. Good. What a Tang Heo. I just found out today that you are really a talent for being a blacksmith. You are really a talent. Grandpa Jack, please stop arguing with my father. I still won't go to the Soul Master Academy to study. My father is right. Even if I have innate full soul power, the blue silver grass martial soul is a standard useless martial soul without any achievements. Tang San shook his head, as if he had made up his mind. Grandpa Jack, I said before that, if the third son does not go, I will not go. Anyway, what you want is an instant soul master. I only have 0 level soul power. Even summoning a martial soul is troublesome. And it is possible to summon it. I can't take it back, so I still don't want to go to the academy and disgrace a holy soul village. Fei rubbed his head and smiled coyly. Anyway, we can say whatever Tang San said. Although we are educated, we also want to say, I'm the same. Old Jack leaned down, stretched out his withered hands to caress Fei and Tang San, and said a little dotingly, okay, you two are good children, and Grandpa is not angry, but just a little regretful. That's all. Then Grandpa will leave first. You two must work hard at home, and don't be like some people who are too lazy to die. Both Tang San and Fei nodded, especially Fei. Of course he knew this. If he hadn't worked harder, he might have starved to death. The two hurriedly sent old Jack out. The most basic etiquette still needs to be known. Anyway, Fei continued to carry forward the glorious demeanor of Me Too. And when old Jack walked slowly to the door, he turned his head and took a deep look at Tang Heo. Just as he stepped over the threshold, his tone was not as explosive as before, but he said earnestly, Tang Heo, your life has been like a carriage that has gone off course, and it is a kind that you can't turn back and change. You have to remember that you are a role model for your two children. You really feel that they are both can you make a living by relying on your blacksmithing skills in the future? There is a better and brighter road in front of them, but you want to ruthlessly strangle their hopes. As the adoptive father of Tang San's father, Fei, you really are you happy to see such a scene happen? Think about how many years later, when Fei and San were hammering iron with a hammer, would they hate you when they recalled the current scene? Hate you? No, let them choose the broad road. It may seem to you, old man, that I'm an uneasy and kind person who wants to revive the reputation of Holy Soul Village. Indeed, I also have such plans, but I just want to choose a better path for my two children. Let them not regret or regret. Isn't it enough for us to be adults? Ask yourself what you think in your heart. There are still 3 months before the enrollment of Nuading Elementary Soul Master Academy. I will get 2 places within these 3 months. If you really think about the two children, then you should be calm. Ask the two children what they think, and if you change your mind after asking, come to me. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 is over. Was found. Astute Tang Heo. It's not easy for the old man. Fei also sighed as he looked at the old Jack's leaving figure. Although the purpose and motive seemed impure, I have to say that this old Jack was indeed thinking of Tang San and him. Tang San on the side also seemed to feel a little bit disappointed. After all, he managed to seize the opportunity to advance his Zuanshan Kung Fu, as well as the mysterious martial spirit in Spirit Ring. No doubt he lost such a good thing now. Chance. Fei and Tang San walked back into the room slowly, but saw that Tang Heo didn't go back to the inner room directly for a nap, but instead touched her chair and lay down on the chair, rubbing his forehead and meditating. Zio-san, Fei, are you both disappointed or complaining about me? It's obviously a good opportunity. Maybe this is the opportunity for the two of you to become soul masters? Perhaps in your eyes, as Jack said, a soul master is an existence that everyone yearns for and admires, but how do you know the joys and sorrows that you need to experience after becoming a soul master? You have to face helplessness and you have to face the parting between life and death. Fei was taken aback for a moment. He was sure of this. Although Tang Heo is a titled Douluo, he obviously wouldn't teach them anything. So in the end, he still needs to go to the academy to learn the knowledge of soul masters and obtain soul rings. But Tang San shook his head. Father, don't worry about this matter anymore. Brother G and I will learn blacksmithing with you, and it's also very good. The big deal is that we will spread the blacksmiths a little bit bigger in the future to support our family. It's totally possible. In fact, at this time, Fei naturally refused in his heart. I don't agree with this. I just want to learn the chaotic cloak and hammer method, and I don't want to be a lifetime of iron. Tang Heo opened his eyes slightly, and a glimmer of light fell on Fei's body. Little Feezy, release your martial spirit. Fei suddenly came back to his senses, a little stunned. Uncle Tang, I don't have soul power. HMPH. Do you think I don't know? You can use your martial soul without soul power. Don't talk nonsense, and show me your martial soul. Tang Heo seemed to have made up his mind that he had to do it today. Let's see what kind of Wuhan Fei awakened. Fei didn't evade anything, and slowly raised his right hand. Luoluo? Luoluo appeared in front of Fei again out of thin air. Now you think of me again. Fei was stunned. If you have time, you can comprehend my memory by yourself. I know you have such an ability. After comprehending it, you will know why I want to stay by Tang Heo's side. To be precise, Tang San's side gone. It's up to you. Your temperament really hasn't changed at all. Luoluo then said. Now, slowly, a book with mottled outlines condensed on Fei's right hand. It looked neither big nor small, and it was so unpretentious that it couldn't make any waves. Strength. If you have soul power, the martial soul of this system book should also be a kind of beautiful, twinkling, shining existence, right? The texture of the slightly black-red system book seems to have been buried underground for hundreds of years. Tang Heo's eyes flickered for a moment, as if he had checked the information he wanted about the martial soul of this system book in an instant. Knowledge. There is really no soul power, and the martial soul is really a book without any falsification. Could it be that it has mutated? It shouldn't be. How could it be like this? Tang Heo slightly closed his eyes and murmured softly language. Little San, you also release your martial spirit. Tang San didn't have Fei's hesitation, and then he slowly raised his right hand, slightly stimulating the Zuanshan Kung in his body to drive the soul power, and the soul power slowly emerged. A series of immature azure blue leaves hovered over his little hands. This time Tang Heo's expression finally changed. He was no longer so calm, and his inner feelings were definitely flowing. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he said in a low voice, Blue silver grass. It really is blue silver grass, and she is the same blue silver grass. Why did I have such a big reaction when I saw a blue silver grass? Why didn't I? Fei scratched his head. He hadn't read the original book, so he naturally wouldn't know some details. The story about the blue silver grass might not be that earth-shattering. Cool. Tang Heo let out a deep breath. Sure enough, everything is so disappointing. Staying by my side is the best and the only destination. Like Xiaozhen, Fei is inevitable, and my agreement with her is naturally obsolete. Afterwards, Tang Heo stopped discussing anything, got up and walked straight towards the inner room. His steps and back made people feel so lonely and faltering. Dad. Seeing that Tang Heo had left, Fei was about to go on blacksmithing, but he heard Tang San suddenly yell. Don't bother me, you guys go hit the iron. Tang Heo cursed in a low voice. This was the first time Fei heard Tang Heo scolding people. No, it should be the first time he scolded both of them. Normally, he would never scold Xiaozhen, but he and Tang Heo learned how to burn fire, and they really got scolded a lot. That vivid memory Fei didn't want to recall at all. It was too indescribable. But Dad, I seem to have martial spirit. That is exactly the same as my right hand. Tang San was a little depressed. This was the first time his father scolded him, and it didn't seem to be scolding. After all, he could clearly feel that Tang Heo's mood at this moment seemed to be very bad and depressed. The clear sky hammer? Ji-Fei said secretly, and then he suddenly thought of his right hand, and seemed to be in touch with Tang Heo's previous performances, and the feeling of uneasiness emerged again. And it's more intense than ever. And the next moment, the curtain of the inner room was suddenly lifted, and at this moment Tang Heo's eyes were full of tears, and the red and swollen eye sockets formed a sharp contrast with the round of dark circles. Tang San glanced at Ji-Fei first, then nodded, and slowly raised his left hand. At a loss, his soul power transformed into streams of strength and emerged out of thin air, adding a kind of depression to the whole house. The breath makes people feel that it is difficult to breathe. A series of pitch black circles emerged from Tang San's left hand, and at the same time a black hammer appeared in the eyes of Ji-Fei and Tang Heo. This is a clear sky hammer. Douluo Continent symbolizes the absolute power of the weapon soul. Possesses the supreme power of hammering the sky, hammering and hammering the air. Ji-Fei also stared closely at the clear sky hammer condensed in Tang San's hand, not envious in his heart, but began to think, how about he also get a clear sky hammer martial soul as the first martial soul? Woolen cloth. If you compare it, the power of the clear sky hammer is absolutely undeniable. It is definitely the top existence among weapon spirits, and if you use the clear sky hammer, after learning the disorderly cloaking hammer technique, isn't it all learned? Soon, Ji-Fei dismissed this idea again. It was unrealistic. He was not the descendant of the clear sky school. Generally all those possessed by such a powerful martial soul were definitely inherited blood, and he was not. Tang Heo's own son is not the son of anyone in the clear sky school. If he took out a clear sky hammer, wouldn't he recognize his father indiscriminately? And there is one more important thing. This is the most considerate existence that Ji-Fei considers. Is this a forging hammer? Dad, is it a martial spirit that every blacksmith should have? Tang San looked at the shiny black hammer in his palm with slightly dull eyes, and asked Tang Heo, who leaned out. And all of a sudden, Tang Heo rushed over with a stride, and then grabbed Tang San's left hand. Tang Heo's eyes were very excited, and at the same time, his tall body began to tremble involuntarily. The tears seemed to be unstoppable, as if they were about to burst out of the eyes in the next moment. Twin martial souls. Really, twin martial souls? My son has twin martial souls. Then Ji-Fei only saw a very warm scene. Tang Heo opened his arms and held Tang San fiercely in his arms, with a slight sobbing sound. Tang San had a blank face and didn't know it was such a scene. What happened? Why did my father suddenly express his surprise like this? Where is the majestic image of the past? But such a father seems to be better. In the past, Tang San and Tang Heo probably didn't talk much in a day. Although Ji-Fei and Tang Heo had some conversations, most of them were about burning fires and being scolded by Tang Heo. The rest were basically just eating and nothing else. But now, Dad, I can't hold it anymore. This hammer is so heavy. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. Hurry up. Suddenly, Ji-Fei blurted out, then quickly covered his mouth again and smiled with a slight embarrassment. Take it back quickly. Tang Heo let go of his arm and said to Tang San upon hearing the sound. Twin martial souls. Twin martial souls. All of a sudden, Tang Heo seemed to have captured some key words. His tearful and scarlet eyes instantly fell on Ji-Fei, who was still laughing awkwardly. Little Feezy, you should probably have a second martial soul, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 18 GFEIN-039, S second martial soul, martial spirit from inheritance. Ji-Fei was stunned. Tang San was stunned. Ji-Fei was stunned that Tang Heo had really connected himself from Tang San's twin spirits. What Tang San was stunned was that brother Ji also had two martial spirits just like himself. Ji-Fei was obviously a bit incoherent, but he didn't know how to say it, and he didn't know what kind of existence this second martial soul was. He just listened to Luo's narration. While Ji-Fei was thinking about how he should explain, Tang Heo had already walked over slowly, and without any explanation, he picked up Ji-Fei's left hand. Ji-Fei just felt a force that he absolutely couldn't resist, and exerted it directly, and then his left hand was lifted up. Ji-Fei's left hand is not like Tang San's. Tang San's clear sky hammer imprint can only be revealed by exerting soul power or possessing the will to make it appear, while Ji-Fei's is impressively exposed. I'm afraid it can only be wiped off with paint, right? The first thing Tang Heo saw was the purple mark that landed on Jifei's hand. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but use a lot more force to grab Jifei's hand. Murderous look. Jifei was only a short distance away from Tang Heo, and he could clearly feel that the killing intent gathered on Tang Heo at this moment was strong and real. Don't ask Jifei how he can tell what is murderous, because the Douluo on his shoulder told him. Uncle Tang, hand, your hand. You've used too much strength. You're going to break my arm. Jifei smiled awkwardly, and at the same time, wanted to pull his hand away from Tang Heo. Tang Heo took a deep look at Jifei and sighed. It really is this. Your martial soul hasn't awakened yet, right? Do you know why you don't have soul power? Tang Heo stared at Jifei jokingly. Why? Jifei immediately asked rhetorically, because Luo told herself that a system book martial soul should have additional soul power. But why did it become nothing after awakening? It's because of your martial soul. Tang Heo said lightly. This answer seems to coincide with what Luo said. Come on, try to condense your martial soul in the same way as you released your book martial soul. Tang Heo put down Jifei's hand and then stood aside. And at this time Tang San also walked over slowly, looking at Jifei and Tang Heo with a little novelty. Jifei took a deep look at Tang Heo. The murderer saw just now was definitely a condensed existence. Why did Tang Heo release such a strong murderer Sora towards him again? It is definitely not easy. Jifei stared at the hazy purple mark on his hand and let out a deep breath. Now he has no choice but to follow Tang Heo's words and use his second martial spirit, release it and find out. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Suddenly, Jifei raised his left hand, and a series of gloomy purple colors slowly rose up, and Jifei himself felt that terrifying and oppressive power was constantly surging up and down his body, his left hand seemed to have been pierced severely by thousands of arrows. Head. I saw Jifei hugging his head, his expression froze into a ball. The pain released by the constant stimulation seemed to directly break Jifei's brain, and then he poured hot water into it. PFFT. Jifei suddenly fell to the ground, then covered his head, and began to roll over and over again. The painful feeling constantly disturbed his whole body, and Jifei only felt that he could not make any sound, even the most basic hoarseness. I can't release my voice. Pain. The pain that splits the body and mind. Father, what's wrong with Brother G? Let's help Brother G quickly. Is it okay to take medicine? I'll go to Grandpa Jack and ask if there is any medicine that can cure pain. Tang San looked at Jifei, who was rolling on the ground, urged Tang Heo who was beside him. But Tang Heo is very clean, with such a trace of emotion in the clean. His fate is so bad. All this seems to be a law. I still owe you guys when I get there. If it's normal. Tang Heo glanced at his tightly clenched fists. The surging power seemed to be released ruthlessly with just one thought from him. Who knows about this? No need, this is just the process that Xiao needs to awaken his martial soul. Tang Heo said lightly. And as the pain became more and more intense, Jifei's body was suddenly covered with a layer of dark purple mist, completely covering him in it. What will be awakened first? Heart? Hands? Legs? It shouldn't be. Maybe there is only a trace of the will to destroy. Tang Heo's eyes reflected a faint purple halo, and he stared closely at the changes that took place on Jifei. What? Jifei finally released his voice. The roar of pain was really deafening. From the continuous release of the sound, it can be seen how unforgettable Jifei's pain is. At this moment, Jifei's whole body is almost in a distorted state. His hands are tightly bound around his neck, and those legs seem to be in contact with his neck to form a curved bow and arrow ready. Vaguely, purple halos flickered continuously on Jifei's head, and as time went by, accompanied by Jifei's painful roaring sound, the purple halos flickered more and more quickly. Dad, what's that? Brother G seems to have a hat on his head. Tang San soon discovered that at this moment Jifei's head seemed to form an outline similar to an upside down hat. Tang Heo's attention was soon placed on Jifei's head. His expression suddenly became dull, and he couldn't believe what he saw was real. How is it possible? How could such an inherited martial spirit appear like this? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Tang San looked at Tang Heo who made the sound, and was also confused. What happened today? Why do you feel like you don't know anything? Dad, what's the matter? Soon, the hat that Tang San said was completely presented in front of Tang Heo and Tang San. What kind of brain is there? It turned out to be a crown. Yes, a crown. The dark purple corners completely covered Jifen's head. The purple crown gave people an extremely oppressive feeling, as if streaks of purple mist were outlined above it. The 3 sharp blades of arrogance slowly emerged, covering the front of the crown, releasing a purple halo impressively, and the overall purple gold crown gave an extremely gorgeous feeling. Little 3000 million, don't use any spirit power. Tang Heo suddenly told Tang San. Tang San didn't know what was the reason for this, but he nodded anyway. Naturally what his father said was for his own good. This kind of oppression, with this level of martial soul effect, I'm afraid that even his ancestors did not have such coercion. No, when the ancestor entrusted him to me, he said that his origin is very bad. Simple. Tang Heo released a little bit of soul power, sensing the special aura that was constantly surrounding Jifen's body, and seeing the soul power that was constantly being annihilated on his fingertips, he became even more astonished. It seems that I have made a scourge agreement, but there seems to be no way. After all, this is an agreement between her and her. I can only listen to the teaching, to let Xiaophizi know the impermanence of the world in the righteousness, good and evil. If the teaching is good, if my heart is good, maybe Xiaophizi can achieve a level that no one else can do, but if it is evil, how should I choose? Jifen's movements gradually came to a standstill, and as the crown dissipated, Jifen seemed to have fallen into a coma, and the scattered and surging purple mist gradually turned into nothingness and dissipated completely. Tang Heo looked at Jifen who gradually stagnated and howled, and fell into a deep sleep, and shook his head helplessly. Little San, carry Xiaophizi to the bed, feed him some water and he'll be fine in the evening. After Tang Heo finished speaking, he walked towards the inner room. He seemed to have made a real decision in an instant, as if this was a choice he had struggled with for a long time, and he hadn't really made up his mind until today. Little Fizi has a good heart, maybe I can accept it, or I won't tell him the truth. But this is a violation of the oath. He wore an oath. I really don't dare to hide it. It seems that teaching Xingxing and let Xiaophizi control this power is the most important. Strike the iron, strike the iron, strike the iron is the real way to hone your patience, but Xiaophizi has done a very good job of patience. Tang Heo lifted the curtain, then walked into the inner room. Tang San used a little force to prop up Jifei who was lying on the ground and sleeping, and then slowly moved to a very large shelf on the side, and the two sides were separated by some very soft quilts. This is the place for the two of them to rest daily. After all, the strong smell of alcohol in the inner room is not suitable for resting and recuperating. Phew, it turns out that Brother G also has twin spirits, and from Dad's expression, it seems that Brother G's other spirit is extremely powerful. Tang San glanced at the imprint of the hammer on his left hand, and then scooped up water went. Jifei closed his eyes tightly. A lot of sweat stains accumulated on his forehead stained with a mixture of soil. His slightly white and tender skin became more rosy than before. It seemed that in that instant, Jifei's whole body people's temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Long Ni To Ni Talk at Night. Jifei tries the magical use of martial soul. That night, the one eye outside the sky exudes a lonely and cold light, and the wooden houses outside the village reveal a dim light. Jifei's current situation is a bit embarrassing. No, it should be said to be very embarrassing. At this moment, Jifei, Tang Heo, and Tang San were sitting cross-legged on the bed. Yes, although the three of them couldn't be said to be staring at each other, none of them said anything. Jifei felt that he woke up in the afternoon, and his head was still swollen. Through Douluo's story, Jifei also roughly understood what he experienced today. My second martial soul is actually a crown. And I have soul power now. And what I told Douluo should be almost full of soul power innately. And I feel that this power is stronger than when the third son released his soul power strong. To be honest, Jifei couldn't hold back the joy in his heart when he found out about this just now. He was still regretting his 0 level soul power and thinking about how to solve it. But now it is completely unnecessary. Jifei, went from 0 level soul power to innate full soul power. Who can do this? Obviously there is no soul power when the martial soul is awakened, but after the awakening, the soul power appears out of thin air, and it's still full of soul power. Could it be that the so-called incomplete setting in the system book caused the soul power to arrive now? No, it should be similar to what Douluo said. It is because my second martial soul has been activated, so it has been achieved now. The profound soul power. Cough cough cough. Fei subconsciously coughed twice, as if wanting to ease the embarrassing atmosphere. Tang Heo's slightly closed eyes gradually opened. He took a deep look at Fei, and then his eyes fell on Tang San. Tang San knelt down on the bed with great respect. His straight waist raised his head. His eyes, though not sharp, seemed to be watching the subtle emotional changes between the three. Little San, no matter who asks about what happened to SYNOPSIS today, you are not allowed to tell me you know. Tang Heo looked at Tang San very solemnly. Also, remember, no matter what happens, the hammer in your left hand must protect the blue silver grass in your right hand no matter whether it is life or death. Even if it is death, you must hammer it. Dead grass goes to life. Do you know? Tang San was a little at a loss. Can Wuhan still divide life and death? But when his father said this, he also knew that there must be a reason for it, and what happened to Fei this afternoon, he couldn't understand what was going on at all. He just knew that his father had just said, brother G, I have soul power, and I'm an existence full of soul power just like myself. While he was happy for Fei, he was also somewhat regretful. Father, I understand. No matter what the situation, I will protect the blue silver grass on my right hand, even if it is death. Tang San tightly clenched his little fists. His words were a little immature, but definitely sonorous and powerful. SYNOPSIS, you are not allowed to tell anyone what your second martial soul is, and even if you die, you should not use your second martial soul. Tang Heo's eyes fell on Fei unexpectedly. Uncle Tang, can you tell me what this martial spirit of mine is? Fei obviously wanted to know that. If Tang Heo wanted to train himself like the third son, there was no need for it. His first martial arts system book had the ability to condense martial souls. Although there were many restrictions, it was definitely against the law. Heavenly existence. Tang Heo sighed. Forget it. Although I can't tell you many things for the time being, I should also tell you the most basic things about the origin and function of your martial soul. Mysteriously, it's exactly the same as Douluo. And are you hiding it from me? And Uncle Tang seems unwilling to mention it. Fei didn't continue talking, but straightened his waist slightly. This was the first time he saw Tang Heo showing such a serious look, and still telling him and Tang San about something so calmly. I don't know what your first martial soul is. As for the ability, you can try it yourself after you have the innate full soul power. But as for your second martial soul, even if you have the soul power yourself, don't try. At least without my permission, you are not allowed to use the power of the second martial soul on anyone. If you dare to be disobedient, just spank my ass. Fei smiled coyly. I will kill you. Tang Heo's eyes turned cold, and Fei's body was enveloped in Ling Lai's evil spirit for an instant, but this power was controlled just right, as if he wanted to warn Fei not to have any thoughts of disobedience. What? Dad? Fei was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe that Tang Heo would be serious. This evil spirit definitely contained killing intent, and this force was definitely something Fei couldn't escape. Okay. Since you said that, I want to see what kind of existence my second martial soul is. Seeing that Fei was just sluggish for a moment, and then returned to normal, Tang Heo glanced out of the window calmly, then raised his hand slightly, and a soul power that came out of his body turned into mist and drifted outside. Just tell me the name of your second martial spirit. The name is very simple, only 2 words, destroy. And what you are awakening now is a crown. From another level, you can call your second martial spirit the crown of destruction. As for the ability, all I understand is 5 words, soul power is nullified. From the literal meaning, you can obviously hear the ability of your martial soul, right? Fei was a little dazed. Soul power invalidated, so is it really true that I can make the soul power disappear according to the literal meaning? Could it be? Suddenly Fei seemed to be connected to something. That's right, you also thought about it? Why didn't you have soul power when you awakened your martial soul? You obviously possessed the existence of 10th level of innate soul power, but you were judged to be 0 level soul power. The fundamental reason is that the reason for this second martial soul is that, because of the characteristics of this type of martial soul, your own soul power will also be invalidated, and for this reason, if you want to use your soul power in the future, it will be very difficult. Very difficult. It can be said that sometimes you can't even capture the soul power in your own body. Fei obviously didn't expect that his second martial spirit was so strange. How could even one's own soul power be nullified? Then, isn't my martial soul just useless? Not only is it useless, but it also interferes with the cultivation of my first martial soul. Fei said a little excitedly. Tang Heo shook his head. Brother G, even I can hear it. Dad said that your martial soul has the effect of invalidating soul power. As long as you can learn to control this power, Brother G, you will become an invincible existence. Is it? Tang San calmly analyzed from the side. Little San is right or wrong. Your second martial spirit is different from all known martial spirits in terms of characteristics. I have seen the ability to destroy two character martial spirits. It is the most terrifying power. Although I haven't seen it before, who can avoid the power of soul power nullification alone? As for the ability to form soul skills, after adding a soul ring, I don't know, but even if you don't use it, soul rings can also have the ability to nullify soul power in a small range. And do you think the ability to control the nullification of soul power as you like is so simple? Let me tell you the amount I know. There is almost no. Tang Heo then pointed to Fei's head. Do you know what your second martial spirit represents? Fei shook his head. He didn't really care about the ability of the second martial soul, but it was just that ghosts that even nullified his own soul power were very annoying. Doesn't this mean that, even if he cultivated it by himself, as long as the title Douluo has not completely controlled this power, maybe he will fly from the sky and fall down at that time? And with such restrictions, whether he can cultivate to the title Douluo is still an unknown number. As for what his second martial spirit represents, Fei doesn't even know. Is it different, or weird, or is it a joke? The world is an enemy, the world is invincible. Tang Heo spat out these 8 words lightly. All enemies? Invincible? Fei was at a loss. Forgive Fei for being stupid. Is there any connection between the two, Uncle Tang? Tang Heo explained slowly. You can probably guess that your martial soul comes from inheritance. That's right, your relative is this martial soul and it's many times stronger than you. He is the one I know and can control. Number one who can freely release this power, his existence in that era. Suddenly Tang Heo seemed to think of something again, and quickly stopped talking, and looked at Fei. Anyway, you can understand that, if someone really discovers the ability of your martial spirit, no matter who it is, they will kill you. Just pretend that you don't know that you have such a martial soul, and you don't want to show it, otherwise even I will kill you, and your power is too evil. Did you realize it when you awakened? Fei scratched his head. I just feel like I'm out of control and want to smash something, and there's a desire to destroy in my heart. It turns out that Brother G was able to beat the iron into that shape by relying on his own body. It seems it's all because of this reason. Tang San couldn't help saying, Little Sanzi, what you said is wrong. At that time, I hadn't awakened my martial soul. I just saw that you worked so hard to forge irons and beat me better than me, who often burns fire beside Uncle Tang. Naturally, I don't want to fall behind. Fei explained. Uncle Tang about my parents. Fei hesitated to speak. He used to ask Tang Heo this question a lot, but Tang Heo scolded him angrily and then left it alone. Although he was also a time traveler, he was not born like Tang San and still had a sliver of comprehension. He accepted this world with a completely new chaotic memory, or rather, he slowly recalled it. Your own is not this world. Don't think about it. I won't tell you. It won't help. If you know it, maybe in the future, I will tell you in the future, but I will tell you in another way. I didn't even know you at that time. Tang Heo shook his head. For him, there are many things that he can't tell now. The reason is very simple. That is, he has his own unspeakable secrets. Little San, Fei, let me ask you two now. Do you want to become soul masters? Tang Heo's expression was very serious, and he completely restrained his previous decadent look. Tang San hesitated for a while and finally nodded. But Fei asked, according to my situation, can I become a soul master? End of this chapter. Chapter 20. Why can't you become a soul master? I just said that your martial soul may cause a lot of inconvenience and troubles in the process of your cultivation in the future. But if you have a way to control and restrain yourself, what is your own ability? I'm afraid you can roughly guess how strong it is, right? Tang Heo stared at Fei calmly, but it's still the same sentence. No matter how powerful you are, don't use the second martial soul, or apply any soul rings, unless you really encounter life and death. But don't let anyone see it, including me. Fei heard the words. Then how should I be able to control the power of restraining the pros and cons as you said, Uncle Tang? Fei naturally knew what this meant. He could choose not to cultivate the second martial soul, because his system book martial soul was already an all-encompassing existence. Although the ability of the second martial soul was extremely abnormal, it was activated by himself. It is not a good omen to have a desire to destroy everything at that time. After all, I'm only innately full of soul power now. It's up to you. I'm just a blacksmith and I can't help you solve it. Tang Heo smiled boredly, then slowly moved his gaze to Tang San, who was on the side. Little San, are you sure you really chose the path of Soul Master? Tang San didn't hesitate this time, and directly nodded his head to express yes. After all, his understanding of the word Spirit Master is brilliant, and he is still the kind of person who wants to explore further, thirst for knowledge. As expected, no one would give up on this path so easily, and so do I. Tang Heo's eyes were slightly reminiscent. You all go back to sleep. Tomorrow I will teach you two some special things, especially Fei. Maybe you can find a way to control the invalidation of soul power. Cloaking Windhammer technique? Fei's eyes were a little hot, and he held his hands tightly. It's finally here. It's actually taught to me. Sure enough, my choice is not wrong. Little San, let's go to sleep. Fei stood up slowly. What happened today touched him a lot. The awakening of the second martial soul brought him the good news that he was born full of soul power, but it also brought great news to his future cultivation. It has caused a lot of trouble, and it can be said that it has added great restrictions to myself. It seems that the golden finger that Fei has now is very powerful. Infinite martial soul. Once the soul power is activated, all skills are released. The soul power is invalidated, whoever comes and who dies. But what exactly is this so-called golden finger? Restrictions on the level of the soul ring, uncertainty, disorder of the soul power, and even the sudden inability to use the soul power. Once cast, the whole body may fall into a state of eagerness to destroy everything. The disadvantages are really too big, even if it is truly controlled and released freely as Tang Heo said. How long will it take? Just as Fei was about to lift the curtain to go out, Tang Heo's indifferent words sounded again. Fei, be sure to abide by what I said tonight, and not just ignore it, and don't try to use your second martial spirit yourself. Remember. Fei turned his head to look at Tang Heo, and nodded. I remember Uncle Tang, and I will definitely abide by it. Afterwards, Fei and Tang San went out. The two of them usually slept outside. They were indeed in the same room with Tang Heo before, but Tang Heo often drank at night and got drunk well. The pungent smell of cheap ale is really not very pungent, so the two of them have been resting and sleeping outside. Little San, are you really planning to take the route of Soul Master in the future? Fei leaned on the board, and there were a lot of cotton cloths piled up on the bed, which could be regarded as restraints. Although it didn't have the fragrance of flowers, it was refreshing and clean. At this time, Tang San also quietly leaned on the board, looking at the deep night sky exposed by the window. That piece of just a few stars are constantly shining with faint light. Maybe they have no light themselves, but if you don't know the true source of the light source with your own limited vision, you will undoubtedly be convinced that these few stars are enough to comfort the quiet and deep night sky. Well, I feel that I can go on this road. And brother G, don't you yearn for a soul master? I heard that Grandpa Jack often said that the operation of a soul master is like a miracle, and as long as you become a soul master, you can change it. The life of the family is changed, so that dad will not always have to rely on blacksmithing to earn these meager incomes, and dad will no longer have to drink such poor ale. Tang San's gaze was very determined. Fei could see that he had considered many things, and it was really hard to imagine what a 20-year-old soul in a 6-year-old child could think about. Fei is not Tang San, and all subtle influences may be able to touch the changes and trends of the so-called original plot. Perhaps he himself was such an accident, unexpected enough to change the direction of all plots. Yeah, yearning. Who doesn't yearn for the existence of power like a soul master? But when you really get in touch with it yourself, you will slowly find out that after many years, you may miss the existence of the soul master in the Holy Soul Village. A family in a small dilapidated wooden house is neat and tidy, although there is no laughter, although there is no big fish and meat, but they have the most simple and warm life. Don't have to think about so many things, don't have to think about so many ways of the world. Tang San looked at Fei slightly surprised. Brother G, what you said is not wrong, but shouldn't all people go upwards? After success, who will remember bitterness and sweetness? Those preaching is just to continue, it's nothing more than promoting my own name, and the back to basics feeling seems a bit artificial. Anyway, I don't like it very much, but it's actually pretty good now, ha ha ha. This time Fei didn't speak. He could feel that there was a huge difference in ideas between himself and Tang San, which couldn't be made up by relying on time. It will become bigger and bigger, and then so deep that it can only be filled with life and death. Go to bed first, I'll go out to get some air. Fei smiled slightly, then put on his shoes, stood up slowly, and walked towards the door. He didn't want to relax or touch any taboos, but just to try his first martial soul. What kind of level can the ability of the system book involve? Complex? Or is it simple? Naturally, these 2 points cannot be said now, and can only be explained by trying it myself. Squeak. Gently pushing the wooden door, there was an extremely ear-piercing rubbing sound between the raft door and the pliers. Fei didn't care. The magical effect of the Crown of Soul Destruction back room. Tang Heo's keen perception naturally knew that Fei was going out in an instant. He didn't move, but just looked out of the window indifferently. Through a layer of tulle, he could still clearly see the moonlight emitting from outside. A cold white halo illuminated the entire quiet sky. The light of a round moon can illuminate the darkness above, but cannot cover the darkness below. Can I, Tang Heo, surpass a round of moon? Turn into a brilliant sun and shine on the sky and the earth? Where are you going to try? At this moment, the system book was floating on Fei's right hand, and a slightly black and red halo was slowly released, and a stream of special power was outlined around Fei's palm. How about you take a look at the slope of this ravine? Douluo's little finger on the side pointed to a small hillside not very far from Fei. There was not such a thick dense forest around, and there were only a lot of huge boulders around. This place was not far from the hillside where Tang San often practiced. It's just that there is a lot of surprise at the height. Standing on the hillside, Fei looked at the whole picture of the Holy Soul Village from a distance. The unobstructed field of vision was really very wide. Soon, Fei's gaze was on his system book Wu again above the soul. Suddenly, Fei felt an oppressive force out of thin air, and the martial soul of the system book that was still exuding a faint reddish halo suddenly dimmed. Fei wasn't surprised at all, but he started to think a little bit awkwardly, and his eyes became a little annoyed at the same time. As expected, there is no need to worry at all. Even the most basic power of martial soul can't be done. Tang Heo and Fei said together. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Condensation of a Wuhan who can eat Wuhan. 1. The night dominates the growth of all things, and the people's hearts measure and criticize the current disadvantages. A little embarrassing. Fei touched his chin with his left hand, staring closely at the system book martial soul on his right hand that was emitting a faint halo again, and then fell into deep contemplation, and then his eyes flashed, as if they were in light, and there was a glimmer of light but then dimmed. The disappearance of the soul power just now was definitely an accident. For some reason, I felt a feeling of loss of strength, which was born in Fei's body out of thin air, and it was released continuously. The released soul power severely cut off the subsequent output. Douluo, what kind of martial spirit do you think I should condense? Fei pondered for a while, and suddenly realized that he really couldn't think of any good martial arts to condense. All he could think of were beasts and dragons' awesome utensils. I used to think about what kind of martial soul should be awakened without soul power, so that I can cope with the early cultivation process, but now I need to carefully consider what kind of martial soul I can gather to quickly cultivate and burst into combat power. The second martial soul, Fei, didn't dare to use it anymore. He was afraid that at some point a big hammer would fall from the sky and hit him hard, and then he would really be brittle. What martial soul? No martial soul can compare to destruction. You must have sensed Tang Heo's special attitude towards you, right? Luo said leisurely. Intent to kill? Of course I know, but yours? Have you read my memory? Do you think it would be a good choice to follow Zio Samzi? Fei looked forward to seeing Luo change her arrogant and cold attitude. Be kind. Becoming a god. Was your goal from the very beginning to seek a god position by his side? The Traveler, the plot direction of Douluo. Very good reasoning. This is natural. Since I know the general direction of the world view, I can choose a better way out as soon as possible. And as soon as I have the memory, I find that I have become Tang San's brother by mistake. It's a very good choice, and it completely agrees with the word licking the dog in your memory. Luo pointed to Fei's head. Your thoughts are surprisingly simple. Do you really think that you can get the god position by staying with him all the time? You are different. Crossing ye, whether it is your personality or your behavior, everything is completely different. According to your memory, Tang San will be the enemy of Wu Hundian. This is a stupid thing. Stupid thing. Didn't Tang San win in the end? The 7 monsters in memory have almost become gods, right? Then you don't know. Fairy tales often have a perfect ending, so it can only be a fairy tale. This Douluo is not that Douluo, and this spirit hall is not that spirit hall. Okay, let's not discuss these for the time being. As for what martial spirit you condense, it's up to you. I don't know your first martial spirit, and I don't want to know. Fei shook his head. Seeing that Luo didn't want to argue with him any longer, he didn't say anything further. After all, he had to walk his own way. Do you lick the dog? What an apt adjective. Afterwards, Fei seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up, and he quickly activated his soul power, stretched out with one hand, and slowly touched the cover of the system book. It's cool, and when you feel it carefully, it seems to have a warm feeling, but it's weird, like touching a piece of jade or a piece of ice, but it really looks like a real book. Just started to open the system book. Martial soul Fei gave such an intuitive feeling. At least this is the conclusion drawn from his one-sided understanding. Fei looked at the system book Martial Soul that he had opened and looked at the white pages in amazement, which was definitely beyond Fei's expectation. Originally, he thought that if he wanted to outline a martial spirit, he would have to go through some special procedures. For example, what Fei imagined at the moment just now, the scene he first saw, should look like this. Martial soul condensation responsibility letter, the name of the martial soul you want to condense, the net height of condensed martial soul, the net waistline of a condensed martial spirit, the net arm length of a condensed martial soul, condensing the thoughts of Wuhan, spouses who condense martial souls. The offspring of the condensed martial soul, the appearance of the condensed martial soul. Note, please draw every inch and every inch of the martial soul. It is best not to let go of a single pore, otherwise no one can say what kind of monster will be condensed in the end. This system book will not be responsible for signatory, principal, supervisor. It should be about the same distance as this. Right, but now this is a blank slate. What do you want me to do? It's just that I don't know anything when my eyes are black. How should I draw? Fei fell into deep thought again. Obviously this book is not as simple as it looks, and it can even be said to be very difficult. But suddenly, a paragraph slowly appeared in the blank space of the system book. Blood is used as a medium to form a martial spirit. With your own blood. Fei didn't wait for anything and directly bit his fingertips, and the last little bit of bright red blood slowly condensed out. And when Fei's bright red blood just dripped on the page of the system book, the whole system book made a slight vibration sound, and the drop of blood quickly disappeared on the surface. Fingertips are still dripping blood, and Fei suddenly felt that there was an extra memory in his mind out of thin air. Soon Ji-Fei hastily digested the memory that appeared out of nowhere, and then Ji-Fei's complexion suddenly became very ugly. It turns out that you only need the first drop of blood and imagine the martial spirit or something you want to condense in your mind. Ji-Fei looked at his finger that was still bleeding and really wanted to cry, but he actually bit such a big one all at once. Can you give me the original book of Douluo? Then I will treat the original book as a martial spirit. Ji-Fei slowly closed his eyes and kept fantasizing in his mind, racking his brains to fantasize. He could feel that there was such an extremely subtle thing communicating between himself and the Wuhan of the system book. A fantasy memory chapter. Isn't a book about the original plot of Douluo Continent able to condense all things? Then I don't want Wuhan for now. I want the original book and I want to read the original book. 1 second. Quack quack. 2 seconds. Quack quack. Ji-Fei felt that his head was somewhat dizzy and his closed eyes felt a bit painful. He slowly and quietly opened his eyes, didn't they? Huh? What's that word? Suddenly, Ji-Fei saw several disabled fonts of Douluo Continent suddenly condensed on the white page of the system book. Wishful thinking? What is this pattern? Big ears, big nose, 2 holes, limbs. Ji-Fei's eyebrows were squeezed into overwhelming. Are you scolding me? Goddamn system book Wuhan, you dare to scold me? Damn, is there any reason for this? This Wuhan has become a spirit. It has really become a spirit, and you actually scolded me? Ji-Fei really wanted to reach out and slap the system book hard, but in the end he held back. He should not be too irritable. Force can't solve any problems now. Okay, then I don't want anything else. I'll just fantasize about the martial soul I want, so it's okay. Don't give me any trouble. I know it's absolutely possible. I want the martial soul. I want an absolutely invincible martial spirit. Ding, soul power nullification warning. Haha, joke. We are born to like to talk funny. Don't take it seriously. Ha. Fantasize, outline, solidify, gather your own soul power, and rely on the system book to form a brand new martial soul. Restricted and restricted. You can't disobey the will of heaven. You can't go against the sky. You can't go against the law. You can't be ethereal. Ji-Fei silently recalled a memory that had just been condensed in his mind. This simply explained what kind of martial spirit he could condense and what kind of martial spirit he could not. In fact, it was a question of whether he could condense it or not. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Condensation of a Wuhan who can eat Wuhan. 1. Heaven and earth have spirits, beasts are respected, implements are respected, and the splendor of the gods. Martial soul. What kind of martial soul should I condense? Beast martial soul? Or weapon martial soul? Do you want to get a few immortals that exist in mythology as your own martial souls? Remember that there are angel type martial souls in this world, right? Then it's okay for me to get a few immortal martial souls, right? Ancestor Hangjin. What does it look like? It seems like he is the way of heaven, right? An illusory existence, right? You have to at least give me an outline and I can almost make one for you, right? Nwah? The human-headed snake body looks like a beast spirit, right? Wouldn't it be a woman to possess me? And what is the soul skill? Sprinkle mud to make a man. Ji-Fei fell into deep thought. Yes, Grandpa, let's just imagine the disciples of Patriarch Hangjin, San King, Yuan Shishianzan, Master Tangshan, Taishang Laochen. Just imagine the three. Anyway, almost all of them look like this. It should be the old man with a drooping beard and a fairy-like appearance. Anyway, he is a martial soul. I can't think of any more peculiar martial soul. Let's try it like this. At worst, a martial soul will be abolished. Slowly pile up soul rings in the future. Why don't we just come to Pangu? The one with a sky axe in his hand? An absolutely invincible existence. But does this seem to be against God's will? Ji-Fei was in touch with the myths and legends of the previous life, and fantasized in his mind how powerful the released power and ability would be if he condensed them into his own martial soul. This point can be said to be absolutely unimaginable, and it can only be truly condensed to realize such power. As for those divine weapons, Ji-Fei naturally discarded them. Wouldn't it be even more powerful if he could directly condense them and use their great gods as martial souls? Is there anything else I need? How do you think about it? It must be much stronger than those angelic spirits, right? After all, any one of the things I mentioned will definitely be a heaven-penetrating existence. Just do it. Ji-Fei slowly closed his eyes and soon said, "The feeling is coming." Ji-Fei felt a slight sense of intimacy as the Wuhan in the system book surged towards him, and this feeling became more and more solid with the operation of the soul power in his body. Yes, this is the feeling. Ji-Fei began to imagine. Grandpa, strong muscles. No, it's the bone of immortality. Sheep beard. No, it's a beard. It's a white beard, and it's tall, with a name. Imagine having the aura of San King, the invincible power of ancestor Yun Hangjin, like Pangu and Nu was kindness. Just like this, slowly poured into the martial soul, a peerless and masculine man and woman a strong grandpa's martial spirit should be able to form. Right? All of a sudden, Ji-Fei felt that he was surrounded by waves of scorching aura, and waves of piercing power poured into his body in an instant, and his soul power turned into a strong shock wave and directly covered him. Ji-Fei subconsciously opened his eyes, only to see a vague outline gradually appearing on the Wuhan of the system book in his palm. The vague outline began to change continuously, the pure white halo began to twist, and a trace of soul power seemed to be like a shackle, and soon became comfortable on this not so solid outline. This is Grandpa. Ji-Fei watched as the pure white light source suddenly turned into a. What does a real human form look like? Seems like a real person. Ji-Fei's gaze became agitated in an instant, as if in an instant Ji-Fei could clearly see a human-like existence condensed on the Wuhan of this system book. No beard? And he's still a young man? Who is this? Don't I want to condense an existence like an ancient god? Such a young guy? Gradually, Ji-Fei saw that the outline of this young man began to deepen, and all aspects of his body became more three-dimensional. Ji-Fei swallowed subconsciously. He felt that a little bit of weirdness seemed to be spreading continuously, but he couldn't tell where the weirdness was. Looking at the gradually solidified human figure, surrounded by faint halos, Ji-Fei felt that the soul power in his body seemed to be draining away like a trickle. The body shape of the humanoid martial spirit seems to be continuously agglomerating and deepening. The first is the eyes, and there seem to be cosmic stars flowing in the opened eyes. How beautiful the world is. Speak. Ji-Fei shuddered. He hastily picked out his ears, and the lingering sounds surrounding him were still being released. And the next moment, the nose of the human-shaped Wuhan was impressively displayed. How fresh the world is. Grandpa, no, judging from the general outline, this should be a young man, right? I obviously imagined a very powerful old man. No matter how bad my ability is, I can't condense any very powerful martial soul, so I should give myself a martial soul like San King, right? Or it was my own system book Wuhan who just took out a virtual Wuhan to fool himself. And in the blink of an eye, a mouth suddenly appeared on the face of that humanoid Wuhan. Ji-Fei suddenly thought, damn, how could he talk without a mouth just now? Don't make such a moth for me at night. Don't forget that this holy soul village has such a powerful existence as Haoshan Douluo. If you dare to play me or something, I will call someone. Ji-Fei looked at the human-shaped martial soul in front of him cautiously. It really took shape. Hiss, don't. But before Ji-Fei could react, suddenly, the villain who was still standing on the martial soul of the system book suddenly opened his mouth. Fei's system book was swallowed. PFFT. Ji-Fei vomited out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was bursting with shattering pain. This is a series of special reactions that a martial soul will have when it shatters and dies. Ji-Fei was backlashed instantly. Before Ji-Fei could fully react, he collapsed beside the pile of rocks and lost consciousness instantly. The little man's rolling eyes then landed on the unconscious Ji-Fei, and he turned into a black and white light that instantly poured into Ji-Fei's right hand. While the original system book Wuhan's the imprint was impressively replaced by two meandering black and white lines. Everything around seemed to be back to normal. No, it should be said that there had never been any waves, and what was left on the originally calm hillside was just a comatose Ji-Fei and the blood Ji-Fei spit out. And after a while, a light green halo suddenly jumped out of Ji-Fei's body and gradually transformed into a peerless figure. She was about 1.7 meters tall and slender, drifting away. The light green skirt was pregnant with seeds that were about to break out of the shell, and then she slowly lifted Ji-Fei up, and directly lifted Ji-Fei up with one hand. A slightly tender and elegant voice sounded, "You are really good enough to create such a strange martial soul for no reason? And you just opened your mouth and ate your original first martial soul? Are you in the booth? The most unlucky thing in my life. I hope you will remember the past earlier. By then Kaiking should reappear." Kneeling down, stretched out a pair of pure white hands to gently caress Ji-Fei's face. "I've always been there. As long as there is destruction and killing, I will not dissipate. And you are the same. After all, life is synonymous with me." That night, in a daze, Tang San only felt a pair of invisible hands and a body covered in mud slamming down on him. For a while, he was awakened from his sleep, and he had no sleep all night juvenile. From another perspective, he is not better. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Ding Dong. Soul Power Nullification Warning. Ji-Fei opened his eyes in a daze, and the sound of ping pong pong sounded next to his ears, and he was very keen to know that it was Tang San forging iron. There is no other reason. Tang Heo's blacksmithing technique and voice are different from Tang San's. Maybe it seems to others that blacksmithing isn't it just that there is something different in the sound of knocking? But Ji-Fei has been learning how to burn fire with Tang Heo for so long, and he has learned a lot from a little bit of immersion. My martial spirit. Ji-Fei bounced up, as if cheating a corpse. He raised his right hand with flustered eyes, continuously releasing traces of weak soul power. On the right hand, the original mottled blood red Wuhan imprint of the system book was replaced by two curved black and white lines. The two meandering black and white lines are like swimming dragons, following the number of paths that Ji-Fei's soul power circulates slightly around the body to continuously circulate. Ji-Fei frowned. He clearly remembered that last night he saw his system book Wuhan being swallowed by his imaginary humanoid Wuhan. In the end, he seemed to be vomiting blood and fell into a coma, but now he is lying at home. What's the situation? Misfortune comes from the sky in Wuhan fantasy. Brother Ji, you're awake. Tang San beside the forging table let out a cry of joy when he saw Ji-Fei standing up suddenly, then put down the huge forging hammer in his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and walked over slowly. Little San, what's wrong with me? I don't remember if I went out last night. How could it be? Ji-Fei was very confused, but he couldn't bear the whereabouts of his system book Wuhan. Green radish? Ji-Fei seemed to have had a long dream last night. He seemed to see a woman. The beautiful woman told him many special things. What's the matter? Lula's voice sounded, which made Ji-Fei, who was already worried, suddenly calm down. Last night, he saw with his own eyes that the villain he imagined swallowed the system book in one gulp, and he thought that something would happen to Luo. It's good that you're fine. I thought it would affect you if my system book Wuhan was swallowed. It seems that there should be no serious problems. Thank you for sending me back. Luo froze, not knowing what was going on in her mind the other side. Brother Ji, what's wrong with you? Tang San asked with some concern. Are you hungry? There are some rice and vegetables reserved for you in the iron pot. Dad said that you are deficient in Qi and blood, so I specially steamed a bowl of rice for you and specially prepared it for you. There are eggs. I specially went to get them from Grandpa Jack. With that said, Tang San turned around and walked towards the stove, took out a bowl of rice and eggs emitting a faint aroma from the iron pot. Ji-Fei was not in the mood to eat at this moment. He looked at Tang San and asked anxiously, is Uncle Tang sleeping now? Tang San was a little dazed, put the food aside, and shook his small hand in front of Ji-Fei's eyes. Brother Ji, have you lost your memory? Where can you be if Dad is not sleeping at this time? Dad saw you this morning, so I asked me to go out to pick up some eggs from Grandpa Jack and told Grandpa Jack that my father would go to Grandpa Jack to discuss with him in the next few days about the number of places in the Soul Master Academy. Fei resisted the concussion pain in his head and he stood up slowly. Let's put Zio-Sanfan here first. I have something very urgent to find Uncle Tang. Regarding the shattering and disappearing of his first martial soul, to be honest, Fei was very flustered and flustered. For the time being, throwing out the golden finger can bring him the power of infinite martial soul. What's equally are left behind, and what is the new martial soul on my right hand that replaced my system book martial soul, but I didn't find any abnormality displayed. One's own martial soul can be said to be the foundation of a soul master's life. Similarly, it is also an indispensable capital to live in this different world called Douluo Continent, the capital to truly become stronger. He could clearly feel the disappearance of his system book martial soul, because at the last moment last night he could clearly feel that the last link between himself and the system book martial soul was cut off alive. It is absolutely impossible to forge, and it is definitely an illusion in sleep, and it is absolutely real. Checking himself, Fei didn't find anything special. His own soul power was flowing freely. Fei even felt that his soul power was much deeper than before. The body is constantly flowing, and the whole body feels a special power that he has never experienced before. It's an incredible feeling. But Fei couldn't help thinking of the disadvantages in front of him. There are a few disadvantages that need to be resolved. My cheating effect is gone. My future heroic imagination of coming out with all souls and unleashing all skills is gone. There is also the martial soul in human form that has no name and no effect related to my current martial soul that replaces the system book martial soul. Beast spirit, or is it a weapon spirit? Abandoned martial soul, or is it a true perfect fantasy martial soul that is extremely powerful? To achieve this so-called, I go into a dream, the soul should come from the magical effect. Who knows? After walking a few steps, looking at the door curtain that was close at hand, Fei just wanted to raise his hand, and then his eyes fell on the two black and white lines again. Martial spirit is revealed. Fei blurted out 3 words subconsciously, and the original 2 lines of the training did not seem to have any other existence, and even gradually disappeared. Well, Fei knew, and then said the previous sentence bitterly. Ding, soul power invalidation warning, forget it. Let's ask Uncle Tang, and if he can teach me how to properly control the invalidation of soul power that occurs from time to time. It is obviously a magical skill. Don't call me not to mention using it. It actually brought me such a huge negative effect. It's not worth it. Thinking about it, Fei opened the door curtain and walked in. Tang San behind him looked at Fei with some perplexity. It seemed that Brother G had something on his mind. To him, Tang Heo's words last night could be regarded as a real recognition of the real synonym of soul masters in this world. He also felt in his heart that he might, after becoming a soul master, one can know the close connection between Zuanshan Kung Fu and this world, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Unlocking the New Way of Martial Soul Manifestation. 1. Touching the curtain lightly with one hand, Fei let out a deep breath, as if he was going through life and death at this moment. At this moment, Fei seemed to regard the inner room in front of him as a place of purgatory, but there was nothing he could do. Since he wanted to know some special knowledge about Wuhan, he had to ask Tang Heo. Tang, Uncle Tang. Because Fei habitually lowered his head when he first entered the room, he seemed to be a little hesitant at that time, but when he slowly raised his head and put his eyes on the bed, he suddenly found that at this moment Tang Heo is staring at himself. Fei shivered subconsciously. His eyes quickly met Tang Heo's. Tang Heo's gaze was not so sharp at the moment, nor was it decadent as usual, as if he was also waiting for Fei's arrival. Zio Fei is here, let's do it there. Tang Heo pointed to the side of the bed and signaled Fei to sit down. Fei nodded subconsciously and at the same time said to Tang Heo, Uncle Tang, I want to ask about my first martial soul. What's wrong with your first martial soul? Tang Heo reluctantly held up an ugly smile. It couldn't be said that it was because of his weakness, but he seemed to be a little convinced. Fei didn't want to hide anything. Although he couldn't tell all of it, he had to tell about the fact that his first Wuhan system book was swallowed up but he just needed to change it to something that wasn't safe, or it's just a tactful way of saying it. Something happened, Uncle Tang, but I can't seem to explain it clearly in words. That is, it seems to have changed into another form. Soon, Fei gave Tang Heo a general account of what happened to him last night plus some changes of his own. Roughly, Fei himself heard Tang Heo's words last night and felt that he should also look up and choose to practice martial arts, and because he didn't have the slightest soul power before, but now he has added it after awakening the second martial soul, the existence of the 10th level of innate soul power, then it is even more necessary to work hard to cultivate. But he himself also bears in mind what Tang Heo told him last night, no matter what kind of time it is, unless it is a time of life and death, he must not use the second martial spirit, even if it is manifested, it is allowed. Fei will definitely abide by it, so he just wants to use the night to try out what the ability of his first martial soul is. But he never expected that Fei told Tang Heo with snot and tears that when he used his soul power, it could be said that there were many twists and turns. A stronger and more strange force was released to instantly dispel the trace of soul power that had just been born. Then after unremitting efforts, he finally summoned his book spirit reluctantly, but before he thought about what to do with it, suddenly, his book spirit exploded, and then in a daze, he seemed to see his martial spirit transformed into a ethereal villain, and then poured into his right hand. Then I came back in a daze for some reason and my memory was fragmented, and now, when I woke up not long ago, I found that the imprint of my original book martial soul was covered by two black and white curved lines. The line segment replaced it, and I couldn't feel any breath of the book Wuhan at all. Fei intentionally or unintentionally put his gaze on Tang Heo, who seemed to be in deep thought. Maybe he wouldn't believe his dreamlike explanation, right? Will Wuhan still explode? And if it blows up, can it become another martial soul? You don't know the reason for this. You are completely fooling ghosts. Fei, come on. Release your martial soul that replaced your first martial soul. Let me take a look. Although I may not know the specific reason, but I can see if it is good for you, what danger did it cause, and whether this will hinder your own future cultivation. Tang Heo believed it. Fei was a little surprised. He didn't see so many waves in Tang Heo's eyes, as if he was used to it, but Fei can be sure that Tang Heo never showed any disbelief. Okay. Fei nodded, and then looked at his right hand. In an instant, the black and white marks on Fei's right hand slowly emerged. Fei let out a deep breath. He wanted to relax his mind, and prayed in his heart that nothing would happen. If something happens to you now, don't you just want to play me to death? Martial soul, show. A faint pale white soul power emerged, and Fei felt warm inside his body, and the meridians everywhere seemed to be completely filled with a hot stream of washing. Fei can be sure that he has never felt such a comfortable feeling. Felt it. For the first time, Tang Heo's eyes were completely focused on the palm of Fei's slowly raised right hand. The white soul power that was constantly gathering gave him a special feeling. His brows frowned, as if he had discovered something wrong. Where? How is it possible? This soul power has far surpassed the level of 10th level soul power, and in terms of quality, it does not match the aura of destruction. In this way, it can be said that it is not a transformation caused by the influence of destruction at all. But how could the martial soul change after awakening? When Tang Heo's eyes once again focused on the white light that was slowly gathering on Fei's palm, suddenly, the white light in Fei's palm seemed to wilt, and then it faded away, and then it took only a blink of an eye. Even the soul power disappeared together. Fei touched his head in embarrassment. Uncle Tang, the soul power has been nullified again. The soul power that was condensed just now was dissipated in an instant. It was for this reason last night that I only condensed the first soul power. Wuhan almost wasted more than an hour, but it made me anxious. Fei's small face is now full of embarrassment and helplessness. This is not a disguise, but the real thing, because Fei himself is completely unable to control this wave of spirit invalidation power. Who knows when it will appear suddenly, and it will waste a long time just to condense the martial soul. Tang Heo nodded, and he didn't seem to care much about this aspect. The problem of soul power invalidation is naturally not that simple. It will take a long process to roughly solve it. Fei, let me ask you a question. Do you feel different when you are running your soul power now than last night? Although there is a reduction in the invalidation of soul power, are you yourself the soul that can flow from various meridians? Physically, I feel that my soul power has become stronger by many times. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Unlocking the New Way of Martial Soul Manifestation. 2. Is the soul power strong? Fei thought about it for a while, and he thought of a lot, as if it was really like this. When he just activated his soul power, he only felt that he only needed to have the thought of manifesting his martial soul, and many meridians would produce special effects in an instant resonance. This sympathy only came in the blink of an eye, and neither the weight nor the richness was comparable to when I was doing something big last night. Fei immediately nodded. Uncle Tang, is indeed as you said. I just had the idea of manifesting the martial spirit, and then I felt the two merged forces released together. But then it seems that after the fusion of the two forces, another force came out and directly crushed all the previous soul power, and then formed this ghostly appearance of soul power being invalidated. Phew, it really is. I didn't expect such a situation to happen to you. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Tang Heo's eyes burst into light. He then stood up, walked straight out of the bed, put on his tattered shoes, then raised Fei's right hand, as if he was groping for something, and at the same time he stared closely at the two line marks, one black and one white, on Fei's hand. The soul power is at level. I can't believe it. Your soul power has actually reached the 20th level. Tang Heo trembled slightly. He couldn't believe that Fei actually possessed such a talent. If Tang Heo could judge him as a disaster for the future of the entire Panji, what about now? What is this? Has the innate soul power reached level? No, it seems that it shouldn't be explained in this way. According to Tang Heo's own guess, this should be that his two martial spirits each carry a 10th level soul power with innate full soul power, and then the two merged together, became an existence with innate 20th level soul power. Level. Uncle Tang, what does this mean? Shouldn't the limit of innate full soul power be only level? Fei instantly felt confused. According to the most basic setting, if a soul master wants to break through to the next level, shouldn't he need to hunt the soul beast and fuse the soul ring before proceeding to the next step of cultivation? Question mark. Such a perverted setting. Shouldn't long ocean settings all exist in those fanfictions with a slightly mythical color? How could it happen to me? Let me put it this way, both of your martial souls have innate full soul power. The two martial souls here I'm talking about is the mysterious martial soul that replaced your disappearing book type martial soul, and the other destroys the crown. Martial soul is originally a martial soul with 10th level innate full soul power. It seems that now I can only use this kind of argument to explain the strange situation that happened to you. Tang Heo's slightly astonished analysis. The conclusion he can give is undoubtedly like this, and he can't judge the rest for the time being. What? Uncle Tang, don't all the soul power of the martial soul come from my own soul power? According to the theory, I have at most 10th level innate soul power. Why do two martial souls suddenly have innate full soul power? What about it? Is there any relationship between martial soul and soul power? Shouldn't it represent the soul power itself, and the soul power manifests the martial soul? Fei naturally didn't know what was going on, but the statement Tang Heo gave seemed to have messed up the Wuhan setting in his impression. Tang Heo shook his head. Your martial spirit is too weird, and it is impossible for ordinary soul masters to measure your own strength and specialness. Although my explanation may be a little bit unacceptable, but I can be sure your current spirit power is not level 10, but the real level 20. Tang Heo's words were resounding, and Fei didn't believe it in the slightest. Not only Tang Heo, but even he himself could clearly feel that incredible changes had taken place in his body since he woke up. It's not as subtle as I can describe it. Come on, now I will teach you a method to temporarily block the invalidation of your soul power. First help you manifest your first martial soul, and then I will talk about it. I really want to see what it is like now. Such a situation can actually cause such a mutation in the originally awakened martial soul. It actually turned into another martial soul. With that said, Tang Heo walked past Fei, opened the curtain and walked out. Fei, who stayed where he was, felt a little dazed. He suspected that he had heard correctly. Right. Really teach yourself. Originally, he felt that the invalidation of soul power should be the best way for Tang Heo to restrain himself, so that he could not use the second martial soul. But now he found that he seemed to be wrong. I really just can't figure out what Tang Heo's own plan is. But Jifei became excited when he thought that he could learn the method of temporarily blocking the invalidation of soul power. This is definitely a good opportunity. As long as he learns it by himself, won't he be so often embarrassed? How is brother G? Have you solved it? Just as Jifei went out, he saw that Tang Heo seemed to be talking to Tang San, and Tang San greeted Jifei suddenly and replied with a smile, "Isn't this just about to be resolved? So I just came out." Tang Heo didn't look at Jifei, but looked at Tang San. "Do you know why the piece of iron hasn't solidified in the expected shape after you have been forging for so long?" Facing Tang Heo's question, Tang San shook his head. He really didn't have such a deep understanding of forging. He only knew that, as long as he kept beating the iron block, as long as it took a long time, he would definitely be able to solidify and become himself. The desired appearance is just a matter of time for him. "Dad, I don't know, can you teach me?" "Xiao Fei, come here too. The method I'm going to teach you to temporarily suppress and invalidate your soul power is also the method of forging that I'm going to teach Xiao-san." Tang Heo's words hit Jifei's head hard like a hang zang, and he thought of it in an instant, and in an instant he got in touch with what method Tang Heo said. Cloak hammer technique. The random cloaking wind hammer method? It's definitely the random cloaking wind hammer method. It can forge magical skills to forge things at will, but how can it be a method to suppress my soul power and invalidate it for a short time? Jifei didn't continue to think about it. He was undoubtedly a dead horse as a living horse doctor now. If it was true that he had to rely on his own perseverance to complete every time he used his martial soul, then Jifei himself would die. After all, the uncertain factors are too big, and the time wasted caused by uncertain factors is not something Jifei can bear. Could it be that when you fight with other soul masters in the future, you should say hello to them first? Jifei, XX level XX soul master, Wuhan XX, please enlighten me. Wait a minute, I'll get my martial soul out first. Wait a minute, or you can drink tea first. My martial soul is a bit difficult to use. Don't worry. Jifei felt speechless. Afterwards, Jifei didn't think about anything and immediately walked to Tang Heo's side. His eyes fell on Tang Heo. He quietly waited for Tang Heo to teach him the so-called method that could temporarily suppress the invalidation of soul power. But Jifei, I can already be sure in my heart, this should be the chaotic wind hammer method. Originally, Jifei simply wanted to learn the superimposed power method of the chaotic cloak hammer technique, which is definitely a good thing for body training, but he didn't expect that the current situation is completely according to Jifei himself. The direction of development has passed. Tang San's eyes were also on Tang Heo. He really wanted to learn how to shape the iron block into the shape he wanted, and he thought in the same way. It turned out that his father had thought of it a long time ago. I suppressed this method of invalidating soul power for brother G, and it actually has something to do with forging. It's amazing. End of this chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.